It's a big family. And you family too.
My grandma like that. She got I got like 6, 7 uncles. And probably got uncles out here.
Praise the mighty YAH. Welcome to today's Sabbath services here at the house of YAHUDA. I am Minister Michael Israel. I am one of the ministers here at the house of YAHUDA. I teach, excuse me, I teach alongside my elder minister Yemuel, and his queen, Marah Don. And also I share the podium with many other sisters that get up and speak. Elder Nesha, Ima, Sister Sydney, my queen, and hopefully get some more sisters up here to get to speaking. And some young men, get them up here to share their thoughts on certain psalms and share their views on serving Yahweh. So, and also, I came up under Minister Yoel and the late elder and still leader of the house of YAHUDA, Elder Ezekiel Israel. I also came up under Minister Elder Elisha. And the reason that I'm mentioning these men's names is because when y'all blessed me to actually stand or sit next to them or listen to them speak, they influenced me. And y'all used them to influence the world. Also, Elder Minister Dan, another great elder that was a great influence in my life. And also, I didn't have an opportunity to really meet with Elder Tyree, but the few moments that I did, that I was around him, from me hearing, he was great. So with that being said, I'm going to open up today's Sabbath services with a prayer, actually a prayer and a reading from the book of Psalms 92. And then I'll sing the Shema and then call up our first teacher, which is my elder. So let us face the east direction. Now, the reason that we face the east direction is that's praying towards our home, praying towards the land that Yah chose to place his name. So let us face the east. Heavenly Father, mighty Yahweh, we thank you for what you do for us. Thank you for this beautiful Sabbath day. Thank you, Yahweh, for peace. Yahweh, thank you for your mercy. Thank you for life. Thank you for your healing. Father Yahweh, for those that are unable to join us in the buildings, in the places of worship that you allow us to have to glorify you in, may your healing continually be upon them, whether it's from physical sickness or spiritual sickness, because Yahweh, only you can heal. And without you, we're lost. We're nothing. Psalms 92 reads, "It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh, and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to shew forth thy loving kindness in the morning, and thy faithfulness every night, upon an instrument of 10 strings, and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Yah, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. lo, thy enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. With my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire of mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh shall flourish in the courts of our Elohim. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to shew that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock. There is no unrighteousness in him. Shema Yisrael. Shema Israel. Yah Eloheinu. Yah Eloheinu. Yah Eloheinu. Echad. Shema Israel. Yah Eloheinu. Yah Echad. Hero Israel. Yah Elohim. Yah is one. Abba Nawa. Shabbat, Shamayam, Kodesh, Hayah, Shabka, Yahweh, Yahad. Our Father, which art in heaven, holy be thy name. Most High. Yah is one. Amen. Shalom, shalom. All right. It is an honor and a privilege to be able to edify the Most High Yahweh, to edify his laws, his commandments, and his statutes. And my elder, are you ready for me? All right. All right. Okay. All right. What I'm going to do is, before my elder teaches, I'm going to call up my Ima Nesha. I hope she don't mind me calling her Ima. I call her that. I just do it. And I want to say too that it's a blessing to see my sis. Yeah, I'm talking to you. And I wish I was y'all uncle, man. Y'all are some phenomenal children. I love you guys. You guys are great. I wish. Maybe I'll check, what's that called? Lineage.com or something, and see, like, oh, I am y'all uncle. Boy, I'll be hype. I'll be, running up and down Anthony Wayne. Like, yay, my family. But no, without further ado and any more shenanigans from me, I'm going to call her my Ima Nesha. Praise y'all. Please rise for the elder as she comes to the podium.
Thank you, Eric. Sit down. First and foremost, I'd like to give our praises to the Almighty by saying hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I thank the Almighty Yah for blessing me to be here today, to be amongst my family, the congregation of the house of YAHUDA. Yesterday, it was my husband's birthday. He turned 75. I had my family here, my extended family here in the Bible class. It was just such a blessing to honor my husband's legacy. Our 6 children, 4 of them was here. Yoel wasn't here, but he was here with us in spirit, and I hope he was listening. And he's one of our great Morays. He's a fire. And when you talk about fire, I mean, Yoel is fire. Keep you on your toes all the time. He always kept me on my toes, because he would say, we need to be ready at all times to teach the Almighty's word. So with that being said, I try to be ready. Of course, today I'm not, because I'm just still elated with the things that happened yesterday with the family that I had here. And I just wanted to say I'll thank all the internet audience that came on to view the legacy of my husband. And I'm just so elated, and thank you, YAH, for your blessings by saying hallelujah. Thank you, YAH.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Now, without any further ado, it's my honor to call up our first speaker here at the House of YAHUDA. And I'm speaking of none other than Elder Yumuel Yisrael. Praise Yahweh.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Another lovely day. Another lovely day, right?
Hallelujah.
Somebody tell me why.
We woke up.
There you go. We do this all the time, don't we? Sometimes we take it for granted that we wake up all the time. So when I say we do this all the time, I'm gonna constantly be a reminder of how great and how merciful the Almighty truly is, because He allows us that privilege, those of us that wake up each and every morning. I know it's not my alarm clock, because oftentimes I wake up before the alarm and set to go off. That happens to some of y'all?
Oh, yeah.
Huh? All the time.
This morning, yes.
Mhm. Your body know. What about you, young fella? Do you use an alarm?
Yeah, but I probably just snooze.
That's one thing I just probably couldn't do. I couldn't snooze.
The snooze.
I'm always tired. If I snooze, I'm liable to go back to sleep. And hey, when he says it's time to get up, it's time to get up.
I just stop it.
So let's start this portion off with testimonies. Anybody got testimony? Where they want to praise or honor the Almighty Yah? If so, now with the title, yes, sir.
Just want to give Yahweh all praise, glory, and honor, for His mercy does endure forever. Without Him, with nothing. But with Him, we have everything. Let's be the mighty Yah. Amen.
Praise the Almighty Yah. I see you coming back strong and everything, looking good and everything over there. I see you. I see you. Hey, well, like they say, won't He do it?
Won't He do it? Right.
Yes, sir. Praise Yah. Anybody else?
I already gave praises up there, but I just want to thank the Almighty for waking me up, watching over me and my family, just blessing us, and just putting His loving arms around us, giving us His life for us by saying hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hallelujah. Say thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Got anything? Don't be shy. Don't be, when it comes to Yah, don't be shy. Be the example. The world should be praising the Almighty Yah. Unfortunately, that's not the case. So Yah wants to know who's going to stand for Him. Who's going to stand up for Him? Go ahead with your testimony.
I want to thank Him for, letting me wake up this morning and basically giving me another chance, even though I waste my time most of the time doing stuff that have no meaning or just not there at all.
At least you recognize that if that do be the case, right? So now you know if you're wasting time, you know to quit wasting time, and you've got an agenda. We all have an agenda. See, here's the thing. We should be on His agenda. In most cases, we're on our own agenda, which takes us away from the Creator. And it's all of us. We have work to do. It's not just you. It's Israel as a whole. Israel as a whole has been so rebellious. Just imagine that. Imagine you have somebody that you love, that you've been so merciful to, that you show that you give so much mercy because you love them. And yet they continue, or we continue to be defiant. We continue to do our will and not the will of the Almighty. Makes us look ungrateful, don't it? So those of us that are grateful, we got to show our appreciation. And it's real easy. All we got to do is put forth that act right. And what do I mean by act right? Just do what our Father has instructed us to do. As with us in our mortal way. If our parents was to ask us to do something, we should honor our parents' wishes, right? We should do as we're instructed. And hopefully they're going to be guiding us in the right direction. We should do what we're supposed to do. We're the Almighty YAH. He's greater than our parents. Our parents and their parents and their parents' parents, and for generations, just keep going. We were all instructed just to do what's right. What do that mean? Just have some integrity. That's it. And you know what? Let me talk about some integrity as we get into the class. Be y'all will. But we should just have some integrity. Now, I would like to think that we know what that is. Do you know what that is?
Do what's right, even when nobody's looking.
There you go. You've been taking notes. You've been taking notes. But we don't always do what's right, though, do we? Sometimes we get caught up in a moment of weakness. And I have to say weakness because at that point in time when we lose our integrity, we're not strong. Because see, throughout the scriptures, I'm reminded just to be strong and courageous. Because in this walk, you got to be strong. Because you're going to have opposition. You're going to have people to come up against you. You're going to have people to say, oh, you on one of them cults. You're going to have people say, you didn't used to act like that. You're going to have people say, oh, now you Mrs. Goody Two-Shoes. You're going to have those naysayers. You're going to have those wicked people that have wandered out of the sight of the Almighty YAH, and misery loves what? Misery loves company. And say, if I'm going to hell, I want you there with me. I see your face when I said that. But see, a person might not necessarily say that with their words, but their actions, our actions, dictate something completely different. See, people understand it's good with lip service. And I'm always talking about self-accountability. Why do I talk about self-accountability so much? Because that makes me realize that I myself also have to be accountable, and I also need to be an example, because example is the best what? Teacher. If I want to see something, I need to display it. Would you agree with that or disagree with that? If we want to see something, we need to display it, right? That's right. Keeps us on our toes. We're supposed to be representatives of the Creator, period. Again, he didn't make us like robots, right? He gave us free will. If we were robots, that means we would be trained or programmed, should I say, to do a specific thing. But that's not the way the Almighty YAH operates. He allows us to know righteousness from wickedness. He allows us to know good from evil. But he tells us to choose the good. And those of us who don't know how to do good, he say, we should be instructed to learn to do well, right? We should learn. Now, how many of us don't want to learn to do well? Everybody that want to be successful learns to do something. But we were told to learn to do well. Now, I got to most of your wealthy people in the world who get ahead, they don't do it in the right way. If so, we would all be very, very, very financially prosperous. But we're not all supposed to be that way. Do you believe that, or how many of us believe that most people who prosper, they get it the right way? Everybody get it the right way. Sometimes you have people that climb over their own mother's back to reach the top. Some of us will commit all kinds of wickedness to get on top. Or do anybody disagree with that? So a lot of times we're envious of those that seem to have more prosperity. But when it comes to spiritual prosperity, I think we're ahead of the game. We're way ahead of the game. I would rather be poor and call on the name of the Almighty and know where my blessings come from than be wealthy and be living like a beast and not knowing what my end game is going to be. Not understanding that I have forsaken what you call the living waters, the Almighty. I've forsaken it. Now just think, those of us that know that we've been wrong in abundance of times throughout our lifetime, and the Almighty allows us to still be here. What does that say to you? Lets me know I should have been gone if it wasn't for His mercy. Man, how great is that? How great is it? I'm not the only one that know I should have been gone. Those that are wise enough to understand who the Almighty is and how He operates, no, most of us, if not all of us, should have been gone. The Almighty Yah don't need us. He don't need us at all. He could get rid of us and make a whole bunch more that's much better. If He wanted to, He could have us programmed to where we just do what's right in His sight. But that's not what the Almighty Yah wants. He wants us to willfully honor and obey Him. He wants our desire to be that which is right. He wants us to love our brother and our sister. He wants us to walk with integrity. But it's up to us if we do that, isn't it up? It's up to us. We got a choice. But we always make excuses. And I know I keep harping on self-accountability a lot. I do. See, because I know we're inspired by the music that we listen to. We're inspired by the programming. And understand that word programming when we see things on that, what they call it back there, the idiot box. We're inspired by those things. In most cases, if we have a favorite movie star, or we're familiar with an actor, he might even be playing a bad role. Who do we root for in the movie? The bad guy. But see, when we do that, if that's what we do, let's keep it in the proper perspective in real life. Because in most cases, we sometimes mimic what we see as people. We mimic what we hear as people. Do you believe that? That we mimic it. Something start trending on social media, what do?
We do it.
Yes, sir.
So could this be a part of the curse in technology?
Yeah. Could be.
Yeah.
Could be. But with this technology, guess what? We can even learn more about the Creator. Sometimes a person don't even want to open up a book. But everybody, for the most part, got access to a phone, don't they?
You think that, like, say if it was like a week celebration, basically a week, don't have no technology, don't be no type of technology, don't you think that everybody will like get together and stuff like that?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily at all. People tend to find a way, if anything, they might go crazy. They might go crazy. Let somebody, I've learned that taking away somebody's phone is one of the That's one of the oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let somebody not be able to get phones or something. They get mad at the phone, throw it down, do whatever. Take somebody's phone. Young man, in the school system, we didn't got phones from people. Oh my goodness. Talking about having attachment. And that ain't just with young folks. That's what old folks do. Technology has ruined us. Lori Michael, I bet before technology, before these cell phones, if you had somebody's phone number, it was programmed right here, wasn't it? You can run that. So what's so number? You can run it off right off the top of your head, couldn't you? Run it right off, have a whole bunch of different numbers. But since we didn't got these phones, we got everything programmed to that phone, we're not as sharp like that no more.
So technology is making us.
What do you think? What no. See, I don't want you to just always go by somebody else's opinion. I need you to form your own, and it's not that I don't want to answer you. I want you to start forming your own opinions based on what you know to be fact. Now, how do you find out certain things? By researching certain things. You got a cell phone, don't you? So you got access to a wealth of information. Anybody disagree with that? You young folk know more about cell phones than I do. I'll be honest with you. I'm slow on cell phones. I know my wife gets tired of me sometimes. I need help. I need help. I'm not as wise with them. Sometimes, and I can't just put it on the generation. Sometimes older people, let's say myself, something that I don't understand, I get frustrated with it too easy. Things that I understand, I thrive in. I struggle with things that I don't understand, but if there's something that I really want to get, and my wife didn't tell me, if I want to make something happen, I usually make it happen. So I guess I just really need to be more diligent and not be so quick to make an excuse myself, like, I don't know how. But I got to be honest. Sometimes I get really forgetful. I had those brain farts. Am I the only one? I think you might be old enough out there. You might be old enough to every now and again you get a brain fart and you know something, but you can't think of it, or it just get lost there for a moment. Then later on, as everything is unscrambled, it come back to you. What about you, Elder? Yeah, I mean those things happen. But I tell you what, let's get started here today with a beautiful Psalms. Psalms 51. 51. Those that's with us right now by way of the internet, or those that's here, if you didn't thank the Almighty when you woke up this morning, go on and say hallelujah. Go on and say hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Just thank him. And we can't thank him enough, right? I know I can't. You know, I can't say this enough either. Scripture say, give credit when it's due, when it's in the power of your hand, to get that credit. I owe a lot of people credit because they've said something that inspired me to think about what they said. And then I say, oh, my goodness. And it can be something that's simple, so simple that, man, why did I think of that myself? We might know it, but sometimes somebody will say something and be like, oh, that's deep. You said something, Lori Michael, a while ago. You said something a while ago. Every teacher that I've listened to at one point in time has said something that made me say, oh, man. You said, you owe the Almighty. And I got to thinking. And I shouldn't have had to think about it hard. I mean, we know we're going. But when you hear it, when somebody says something, and then you consider it, if you really look at it, you're like, man, I do. Now, how can I pay that debt? Because that's a debt. How many times did the Almighty save my tail that I didn't even know about? How many times is it possible that he said, should I give up on him or should I let him go? Should I let him stay? I'm not in the Almighty Yah's head. Do you understand? If you think you owe the Almighty, matter of fact, if you know you owe the Almighty, even if you're gonna put a hand up, let me see if I can make my toes point to the sky too. Because we owe him with every fiber of our being. See, when we don't look at things like that, then that means we don't acknowledge our debt. But we quick to acknowledge, man, that gas electric bill, whoo, how am I going to pay that? That water bill, how am I going to pay that? Whoo, all these daggone car notes and mortgages and all those other bills that we have, all this credit card debt, whatever it is that we have, if we're able to even pay on that, even the smallest portions, it ain't because of us. Who allows us to do anything? The Almighty Yah. So sometimes if we struggle, we might be meant to struggle. It might be to teach us patience. It could be a number of things. Sometimes we just don't consider, why am I going through this? I do know when we're going through it. We moan and we groan. I do. About our difficult times. But if we right with our Maker, our times might not be so difficult. How many ever think of that? Let's go to Psalm 51. I had a few bags of that and forgot to grab even one. Psalm 51. Any y'all familiar with that psalm in particular? We just got through talking about Yah's mercy, right? Matter of fact, young man, you brought it up. The greatest thing going. The greatest thing going. You probably couldn't think of maybe the first top 10 transgressions. I'm talking about different, not the same one 10 times, but I'm gonna say the top 10 are your written 10. Because our transgressions are great. My transgressions, I would have to think at my age, I couldn't begin to count them. See, when we start looking at things like that, it get real deep, don't it? That means I didn't always have or always know to work on integrity. We have so many different transgressions. Y'all hear me now? Listen to what I'm saying, because I'm guilty of it too. I ain't talking about that same transgression, repeating it, because we do that too. I'm talking about the different amount of transgressions that we continually repeat over and over and over again, which makes us filthy. And we have the audacity to talk about somebody. You might drive up, getting ready to get off the off-ramp, and you see somebody standing over there at the light, and they might just be covered in filth that you can see. They might not have certain things or have access to certain things like we do, like running water, or washer and dryer, or even money to go to a washer and dryer or something. And we look at them like, dirty. We might have just got out the shower. But our filth is still there, even more so because the individual that's out there might be more humble than we are. The individual out there might have just put themselves in a bad situation. And we put ourselves in bad situations often, but because of the Almighty's mercy, we're not out there. But we could be out there at any given time. So let me read this here. Let me start. have mercy upon me, O Yah, according to thy loving kindness, according unto the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgressions. How many of us got many transgressions that we would love the Almighty just to blot out, to give us a clean slate? We want that, don't we? But are we willing to put forth the effort, that little effort that it takes to make appropriate changes? That's a small thing to do. They get a great reward. They get a great benefit. A small thing to do. Again, have mercy upon me, O Yah, according to his loving kindness, which means he's kinder to us than we are to ourselves. Imagine that. Somebody is always glad to see you. Somebody, if you think about good enough or long enough, and put a smile, it can be a short amount of time. But if you're invested, just think about it, put a smile on your face. Even the biggest smile when you see it, it brought you through a whole bunch that you know, and I know that nobody else could have brought us through. That we know it had to be Yah. It had to be. I don't wake up every morning because I'm so well rested, and I just wake up and go, oh, it's a lovely day. I slept beautifully. There's some days that I don't get hardly no rest at all. Yes, go ahead.
When I thought about something, I think it was last night, this night. I mean, not this last night. Or
just come on with it. Come on, get it up.
You know how like this is supposed to be a punishment for us, but it might not seem that to other people. Like when I started getting this law now, I start seeing like, man, it's unclean here. It's like when you go over people's houses, it's unclean. You're scared to touch anything because you don't know what's been there.
What about our own houses?
No, but
what about our own house? Let's start with self. Let me get through this and then I'm gonna come back to you. Okay, I promise I'm gonna come right back to you. Again, let me read that first verse and then I'm gonna go a little further. Have mercy upon me, God, according to thy loving kindness, according to the multitude of your tender mercies. Blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquity and cleanse me from my sin. See, we do this a whole lot. We point the finger a whole lot, but we need to ask him to cleanse me from my sin. For I acknowledge my transgressions. A lot of us don't like to acknowledge our own filth because that means we got to look down on ourselves, but we rather look down on others. And when I say we, again, I'm talking collectively as a people. I'm not saying everybody. It might sound like I'm talking about everybody, but I'm not talking about everybody. For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against thee and thee only have I sinned and done this evil in thy sight. So I'm pointing out our transgressions that we know about. It's an evil thing, but we're so quick to point out somebody else's evil. So even when we point out other people's evil, let's acknowledge our own. Because we're supposed to, again, be what? A light. A light. That means if our light is to shine bright, we got to get ourselves together. Against thee and thee only have I sinned and done this evil in thy sight, that thou mightest be justified when thou speakest and be clear when thou judgest. Who's our judge? Who's our judge? Do we make mistakes when he judges? Now let me tell you, you can get a judge that's in a courtroom anywhere in Cincinnati, anywhere in Ohio, anywhere in the world. You can have a bunch of different judges, right? But I guarantee you, if someone went in their courtroom and say everybody went into somebody's courtroom and they committed the same act, the same way or whatnot, I guarantee you all those sentences wouldn't be the same. The way the judge decides Do we think that everybody get equal punishment regardless of where they at? Speak on the elder.
They don't.
Is that can you even imagine in this land somebody commit a particular transgression against their law? And just say, we'll just take seven people in the state of Ohio, in the city of Cincinnati, go into a particular courtroom with the same identical transgression. Do we think that they all gonna get the same consequence?
No.
And you, because of that melanated skin, well, not let me not say you, but someone who looks like this here might get a worse sentence or a worse punishment, if you will, than somebody that don't look like you. Do y'all believe that there's actually two court systems?
The crooked.
So what we got to do in order to have mercy or be behind that umbrella, up under that shield of the Almighty YAH, is we got to put forth that effort, and it's not a great effort, just to do what's right in the sight of the Almighty, because once He blesses you, who can curse you? Once the Almighty got you, who can touch you? See, we fall short in that department because we're people pleasers instead of YAH pleasers. Like I say, I would rather you offend me than for you to offend YAH. That makes sense to you? Not that you would want to offend me, or not that I should want to offend you, but what's better? Come on, somebody tell me what's better. Can I give you the breath of life? Against thee and thee only have I sinned and done this evil in thy sight, that thou mightest be justified when thou speakest and be clear when thou judgest. Behold, I was shapen in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. Behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts, and in the hidden part thou shalt make me to know wisdom. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. Hide thy face from my sins, and blot out all mine iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O Elohim, and renew a right spirit within me. Let me ask this question. How many of us can honestly say that we need that you, and I have to ask myself, I need a clean, I want a clean heart. I want to be clean. I don't want to just keep doing those things that keep making me fall short in the sight of the Almighty. I want better for myself. I want better for my children. Again, the best teacher has been example. I want not only better for my children, but for people. Again, if we were peculiar, if we were doing what we're supposed to be doing, people would look at us like, man, they're different. Those people are different. They're strange. They don't act like everybody else. But now let's ask ourselves a question. Not only do we act like everybody else, do we even act worse than a lot of people collectively? I'm talking about as a people. We quick to hold one another down. We're supposed to love our brothers and our sisters. But it seems to me that around the world, well, let's talk about what we know. We go against those even more so that look like us than anybody else. But what we don't consider is the Almighty YAH said Israel was the apple of his eye. Now, how do they get us in trouble? Because a lot of times we'll do some things and we'll think that this person deserves the business from me. It deserves, whether it's the business end of my mouth, the business end of the stick, this other instrument of destruction or whatever. We oblige ourselves and say, I need to do this, or this is what I want to do. Now, the Almighty mind, you said, Israel, the apple of my eye. My focus on you, Israel. So if I went over and I don't know somebody else's relationship with the Almighty, say they may not even have a relationship with him, but the Almighty knows what his plan for that individual is. And I do something to that individual in a matter of harm's way. Should I expect a punishment? That's a reasonable question. Somebody say something.
Yeah.
Should I expect a punishment? So we all agree with that, right?
Yeah.
So how do we know who we messing with? How do we know who we talking against? How do we know whose blood we call ourselves shedding when we do those things? When we slander somebody, how do we know? See, the Almighty gives us time to correct ourselves, but a lot of times we're so busy trying to correct somebody else, but not even through righteousness. And again, I'm not talking about us here in this room. I'm talking about Israel as a whole. As a whole. We're hard-hearted. Scriptures talk about us being hard-hearted. Talk about us being stiff-necked. Talk about us being proud. Talks about us being arrogant. It talks about that division that we create. It talks about a whole bunch of things. How many of us, you don't have to say a thing, how many of us know that I have been guilty of that, or I may still be guilty of those things? But I have the audacity to deal with others in an unrighteous way, not using integrity. But then we say we want to go home. We want to be in that number. And in order to be in that number, we must have integrity. We must be walking upright. We must be meek. We must be humble. Those are requirements. If we're not willing to put forth those requirements, then we play a game with ourselves. We play a game that we just won't win. We can't win. Because in order to win this game, there are rules. If a person had a card game, Tonk or whatever, bid whistle, there's rules to those games, right? Hide and go seek. Any little game we make up, there's rules, right? The street has rules, right? Our places of employment have rules. Our homes have rules. Everything is governed by what? Rules. So why shouldn't the Almighty YAH? Why shouldn't he have rules? You said something that stuck out last night, and I listened to it. You know I'm getting ready to say, then why shouldn't we have order? What's wrong with order? What's wrong with order? We don't have no problem with being out of order. We've been out of order for so long, we don't see nothing wrong with the way we are. And again, it might seem like I'm just talking about us. I'm talking about collectively. What's wrong with being in order? Do we think people are going to look down on us? I come right to you. Do we think that people are going to look down on us? Because, man, that's what they think they are now. All of a sudden, they want to act right. I remember when that man did this. I remember when they were doing that. Does that mean we always got to stand our wicked ways? When we learn better, we should what? We should. But sometimes we learn better and don't make any adjustments. Sometimes that's the case. And I'm going to have to step out on a limb and say, in most cases, we learn better, but we don't apply it to self. Again, because habits are hard to break. And we've become so accustomed to living our life with those bad habits, but we want a great outcome. Let me scratch my head on that one. We got the same bad habit, but we want a better outcome. Is that not the definition of insanity? We done lost our mind. You had a question, go ahead. Come on now, you gotta be sharp now, you gotta be sharp.
You can keep going for that.
I'm gonna get you.
No.
I'm gonna get you. No, I'm just talking. Let me find my spot again. Where was that? You put your hand up. Where was that? Somebody tell me. You paying attention. Y'all got to keep me on track.
51.
Oh, well, I know I'm on Psalm 51.
Oh, you was at you're at you read 7, verse 7.
Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. Hide thy face from my sins and blot out all my iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O YAH, and renew a right spirit within me. Let me ask you a question. You don't even have to answer out loud. Is your spirit always right? Mine isn't. Mine isn't. I would love it to be right. But see, here's the thing. Sometimes we give power over to someone else because we allow our anger, and anger is what? What is anger called?
Right.
A temper. Go ahead, say it, baby girl. Say it louder so they can hear you, please.
Temporary state of insanity.
A temporary, and I got that from Elder Murray Dan, and to me it makes good sense because we know better, but sometimes we allow others to take us there. I think that may, I don't know, may have been what happened to Moses, because dealing with Israel, oh man, it's a job. It's a job. But guess what? Israel dealing with me too. So I can't just look at it one-sided. When I look at it one-sided, then that ain't right. I have to include myself in that. Like when the scriptures read that Israel has sinned against the Almighty, I can't, what I look like? Say, y'all didn't sin against the Almighty. I look like a fool when I do that. What? It can't be nothing but we have. Because I need to acknowledge it myself. So we allow other people to rule our spirits sometimes. And I have to say that because that sometimes we get weak and don't know how to control our own spirit, which is a work. Because if it's my spirit, other than the Almighty, who should control it? Self, right? Self. But let me give you an example. And I use this example a lot of times when we don't know how to control our spirit. Y'all know we got people who go from 0 to 100 and just like that. No. Some people, they just go off fast. So when you know somebody and they just quick to go off, if you want to get to them, if you want to entertain yourself because they don't know how to control their spirit. If you sometimes you have people say, watch, I'm getting ready to get so-and-so in trouble. I'm getting ready to make so-and-so go off. Because some people find pleasure in things like that. You know that? Some people find pleasure in the sin that they can help destroy somebody else. But see, we don't realize that there's a dear cost to pay. And we're going to pay that cost. And some of us been guilty of it. Some of us still guilty of it today. And again, I'm talking collectively. We're guilty of those things. So if I was to say I'm getting ready to make Elijah go off, and I know Elijah, he's quick-tempered. So I say something to you that Elijah hear, but other people can't hear. And I know in a minute he getting ready to get up if I keep on going and flip over tables and chairs and start going off, cussing and yelling and just acting a fool. That he allowed me to have control over him and his spirit. He allowed me to pull his string. You see what I'm saying? So that's why sometimes we have to practice controlling our spirit, because it's not a good thing when we do that. It's not a good thing. And then it causes and creates more anxiety on us. It causes us to be more stressed because we're not at ease. Because at that point, we get to be in defense mode and it becomes a habit. So we carry ourselves a different way based on someone else. We have to feel like we're guarded all the time. But if we got YAH, if we're sincere, if we're putting forth that act right, then we should know when we're doing what's pleasing to him, he'll do what? He'll make even your enemies to be at peace with you. Then all of a sudden, the people who've been doing that, they ain't doing it no more. They might not even know why they ain't doing it no more. They might want to pick with you, but just can't get it out. Just can't do it. Sometimes we don't think about it. You gotta go ahead. Go ahead. The day is y'all day. You got questions? Go ahead. But just know what you're gonna say and just please get it out, because I don't want you to have me asking you where I left off. Go ahead.
Yes.
Talk so that the world can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. About it don't have to be in like it don't have to be a sin in order for it to be wrong. If you get what I'm trying to say.
I understand what you're saying.
You know.
I understand. But we should learn to do well, right? We should treat people right, right? Okay. I got you. Now, where'd I leave off at? And don't tell me something I already read like you just told me before.
I guess.
Now, don't worry about it. I'm going to start at verse 12. I'm going to start at verse 12. Matter of fact, let me go back to 11. Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and uphold me with thy free spirit. Then will I teach transgressors thy ways, and sinners shall be converted unto thee. Deliver me from blood guiltness, O YAH, thou Elohim of my salvation, and my tongue shall sing aloud of thy righteousness. O YAH, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall show forth thy praise. For thou desirest not sacrifice, else would I give it. Thou delightest not in burnt offerings. The sacrifices of Elohim are a broken spirit, a broken and a contrite heart. O YAH, thou will not despise. Let me ask you a question. Do we understand what that is? Let me ask you, if you discover, say if you didn't know right from wrong in this case, and you discover that you've been coveting somebody's wife. Say you knew she was married, but you didn't know that, you shouldn't want her. Because some people some people ain't got a clue. Say if you learned that you've been desiring another person's wife. Say if you know that you've been stealing, but you just figured, hey, what is it gonna hurt? If you knew that you just been lying, doing a bunch of different things, when you find that you've been doing those things and it's been against the Almighty YAH, how should you feel? Should you feel bad about those things? Should it bother you that you've been doing those things that the Almighty could have taken you away from? How do you feel at that point? You say, oh, well, I just won't do that no more. Or do you feel the way because now you done found out that you've been living like a beast. I found out I've been living like a beast. How do I feel about this? Is it bothering me? The sacrifices of Elohim are a broken spirit, a broken and a contrite heart. Oh my goodness. Oh, is it? Man, am I feeling the way? Am I upset with myself? Am I putting myself in a position to where, man, I got to change. I can't do this no more. Do it bother me? Is my spirit bothered because I've been uncivilized? That's a question. Not a gate of answers, but do it make sense? So here's the thing. When we find out that we've been offensive against our Father, when we find out we've done things that we probably shouldn't even be here for, do it bother us and say, I can't keep doing this. I gotta stop. Y'all forgive me. Y'all give me strength. I feel bad. I need help. Please help me. I don't have time to be pointing the finger at somebody else anymore. I got 3 coming back at me. I need help. Help me, y'all. But you want that help because you wholeheartedly feel bad. You feel ashamed. You feel remorseful. See, those might be what you call secret faults because you didn't know. But once you learn and then you continue to do those things, it's no longer a secret fault. It becomes presumptuous, meaning I know what I'm doing. And most of us know what we're doing. But we lack the accountability. We try to justify our wickedness. And with the Almighty and his righteousness, he's not going to justify wickedness. We can't even justify that wickedness to the Almighty because he's going to know we know better. Oh, I thought I turned that off. Give me that. Excuse me, those that listen. I'm cutting this. I thought I cut this thing off. Or everything down. And the whole thing is off right now. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Just going behind what you just said.
Yes, ma'am.
I was at Kroger's. I was working.
Talk a little loud for me.
I was at Kroger's working, and I ran into a sister that go to one of the other Bible classes, and I asked her, has she been going? And she said, no, I haven't because my husband can't sit too long, or he has to go to the bathroom, and he don't want to use the bathroom there. So therefore, I don't go. I said, oh, by the way, who woke you up this morning? And she said, yeah. I said, oh, so when you go before the Almighty, you're going to say, I didn't come to class because my husband couldn't go to the bathroom, or he couldn't do this, or he couldn't do that. And I said, how did you get this job? Well, who woke you up, first of all? And then she said, Almighty. I said, and then who gave you this job where you working at? Then she said, the Almighty. So I went through maybe interrogating her. She said, well, you're right. She said, I think I needed this. She said, I'm going to start getting up and going to class. I said, okay, I didn't want to interrogate you, but I just want you to know that you got to be accountable. We can't, I figured that my husband or somebody else would say, I didn't do this because they didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
So she thanked me for it.
Accountability goes a long way. Sometimes we don't want to hear certain things, but the fact of the matter, if we don't open up our mouths, then the Almighty gonna hold us liable too. We are his servants. We're all supposed to be his servants. So that's why I say sometimes you might be offended. Sometimes you might be offended. Sometimes I might be offended. But if our purpose is definitely not to offend, but if somebody's gonna be offended Would you rather offend the Almighty by continually being rebellious and not opening up your mouth? See, everybody's not going to have the same understanding. Everybody's not going to see things the way we see them. Some people going to say, or act in a certain way because they don't want to hear it, and they might not want to hear from you or me. But if I'm going to put myself in that position, then I'm sorry you offended, because it's not my will to offend, but it's my will to keep the Almighty Yah's commandments and do as I'm told. You see, a lot of times we bring ourselves down because we don't want to do as we're told, because we get so afraid of offending somebody. And I've been guilty of that myself. I've been guilty of it. But see, here's the thing. Once you examine yourself, as I have to examine myself, and you say, man, I'm putting myself in a bad place. The Almighty already let us know over and over and over again that we are a hard-hearted, stiff-necked, rebellious people. Rebellious. He said, just do what I said, do. Ain't no ifs, ands, and buts about it. Just do what I said, do. Now, when we were younger, we didn't do what our parents said do. Usually we get our tail whooped, didn't we? Huh? Now, we don't want the Almighty to whoop our tail, but then when he whoop our tail, sometimes we don't even acknowledge we got that tail whoop. We don't acknowledge it. He don't just whoop our tail just to be whooping it. Like I say, anytime I've been through whatever, the first thing I really got to do, I promise you, what did I do? What did I do, or what should I have been doing that I wasn't doing, that I done brought this on myself? I can't say it's because of somebody else. That's trying to take the easy way out that won't work at all. I know that the Almighty Yah knows me better than I know myself. That's why I believe he tests us from time to time in various different ways. Sometimes we might say, what I would do if I was in that situation. When we talk to somebody, well, if I was you, I would do this. How we gonna tell somebody what we would do and we ain't never been in that situation or experienced anything like it ourselves? But yet still we gonna tell somebody else. That sounds mad, like madness, when you really think about it. I ain't never went through what you went through with the particular shirt. I done had shirts, but I ain't never went through what you went through. So I would sound like a butt trying to straighten up and do. You would look at me like, excuse my expression, you know, we just got to learn to be better because we desire, we desire to be better because of the Almighty blessing us and having mercy on us. Even if we said, man, I need an excuse to be better. An excuse? Okay, use this as an excuse. The Almighty keeps waking me up. When I need something, the Almighty always delivers. It might not be when I want it, but it always be on time. The Almighty Yah always makes a way for me. I could be that person there at that off-ramp, but I'm not. I get food in my belly, in the belly of my children in my household. We have clothes on our back. It don't have to be designer, this, that, and the other, but he allow us to have clean clothes. Now it's up to me to clean up my spirit. It's up to me to clean up my act. He gives us everything that we need, but sometimes we don't utilize the things that he gives us. In verse 18, do good in thy good pleasure unto Zion. Build thou the walls of Jerusalem, then shalt thou be pleased with the sacrifices of what? The sacrifices of righteousness, with burnt offerings and whole burnt offerings. Then shall thou offer bullocks upon thine altar. I like this song. Matter of fact, I like it so much, I just want to go over 8 through 13 one more time. Make me to hear joy and gladness that the bones which thou hast broken. Now, did it say I broke my bones, or did it say that he broke those bones? Make me to hear joy and gladness that the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. Hide thy face from my sins. And we all want the Almighty to not, well, he's going to acknowledge it, but we want him to be wiped clean from our transgressions, right? Hide thy face from my sins and blot out all, not some of them, blot out all mine iniquities. Creating me a clean heart, oh Yah. Give me something better than what I got. I know mine ain't right. Give me something better, Yah. But let's be sincere in it. And renew a right spirit within me. Cast me not away from thy presence. Don't kick me out, Yah. And take not thy Holy Spirit from me. Ooh, can you imagine not knowing Yah? Those of us that do know him, can you imagine not having that same type spirit? That would be horrible. Horrible. Unless that's a page, yeah, put that away. Hey, that's this page, put that away. Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and uphold me with thy free spirit. Then will I teach transgressors thy ways, and sinners shall be converted unto thee. How do we teach transgressors? Go ahead. Again, listen to the questions. You be quick over there. I said, how? Listen to the question. Then will I teach. This is verse 13. Then will I teach transgressors thy ways, and sinners shall be converted unto thee. If I'm transgressing, I'm sinning. So if I know better, then I can teach you better. But if I'm wicked and my actions are wicked, what can I teach you if I don't know better, if I'm not implementing things? See, like I said, we might have somebody you ain't seen in 20 years. 20 years when you ain't that old, but say you ain't seen somebody in 20 years, but they remember how you was or how I was 20 years ago. Say 20 years ago, I was just out there. They ain't seen me in 20 years. Then they come back acting like they know me. But 20 years ago is when I made a change or something. And start moving forward and left all that nonsense behind. Come on, man, let's go ahead and do this. I know you. No, they don't. The people who don't know you will always hold something against you. Try to remind you of a past that you want to forget because you've moved forward. See, let me tell you something. You might not be moving at the pace that you want to move at right now, but from the time, in my opinion, based on what I see, from the time that you started to acknowledge the Almighty Yah, you start putting away some of those things that you were doing that you knew weren't good. Now, I can't say you cleaned up your act entirely, but I see you in an attempt to try to move forward. Do anybody else agree with that? Because if that weren't the case, you wouldn't be here. If that weren't the case, you wouldn't ask so many questions, and you don't appear to me to be the type of person who just want information so you can go debate somebody else on it. Because I see you. When you're uncertain of things that you can eat. So you say, well, I just ain't gonna eat nothing but some hair sandwiches or something. You know, I'll just go get me some peanut. No, I'm saying it in a way, but I see that. So if I see that you try to do better, the Almighty has a better sight of you than I do. You see what I'm saying? And I guarantee you, the walk is not gonna be like a walk in the park. Because as people start to see you changing, even though your changes are going to be hopefully and prayerfully for the better. They're not going to like the fact that you're changing. Now, some may like the fact that, man, dude, all right. He gets the spirituality. But you're going to have those who are going to still try to hold you in that box that you were in. But you're getting too big for that box now. You see what I'm saying? I know you're lost. I see it.
Well, yeah.
The box is a metaphor. It's a little metaphorical thing. You know, so. No, I ain't talking about a literal box.
Oh, getting out of the box.
We gonna talk. We gonna talk. I'm gonna need your help. I'm gonna need some more of your help. I'm gonna need all of y'all, and we gonna get you together. Y'all will. Now, that being said, let's get off into some lesson. I had another song, but I might come to it. But y'all ain't heard me say this in a while. But it ain't never went nowhere. Hell is still in the forecast, y'all. Hell is still in the forecast. I saw an amazing thing, my wife and I, the other night. We were driving. And I saw something that I considered for the very first time in Sydney. I think we were on Springfield Pike. I'm talking about that girl when it was light and carrying on. We're on Springfield Pike down there at Hartwell. And it started getting dark. And the sky was real dark and it was really cloudy out. And even the clouds got dark. And it started lightning. Didn't hear any thunder. But the only place that we had consistent lightning was in those clouds. In the clouds. And it made me consider. Because it was just that deep. You look over here and you see just like big clouds is just dark. And lightning just all in the clouds. I didn't see it strike in someplace else. And it was a consistent thing. Just a consistent thing. Now check this out. It made me even consider just how crucial that is. And it made me look at things in a different way. If you've ever been on a plane, for example, and planes are made out of metal, and planes will fly not only above the clouds, but they'll fly through clouds, right? And a lot of times planes may be rerouted or delayed or something because of weather. Me personally, I never flew a plane, but I believe that they're like programmed. You got the pilots there in case of emergencies or doing some other things and whatnot. But I believe those routes are pretty much programmed. You got your pilots in up there. I could be wrong about that. But imagine going through a cloud when it's lightning. And you can't see it because you're in the plane. I don't know, you might if you got that window seat or something. But the Almighty's so gracious that I haven't heard of a plane, not that it may not have happened, but a plane being struck by lightning in flight. It's a possibility, but it made me start considering. Because even on the ground, I've heard recently of somebody being struck by lightning. But when you look in the sky, you ever seen them? Did anybody pay attention to what night was that, man? Thursday night. The sky was dark, but that lightning lit up those dark clouds. And it was consistent. It just kept fresh air. You see that? I see it. Then I started paying attention. It was, didn't hear no roaring. Didn't hear no thunder. But oh my goodness. I had to look at that like, even though I know that it can be bad, it was beautiful to see how the Almighty works. You know, I notice things, and it puts me in a different mind state about different things. It gives me something else to consider. You ever been on a plane flying anywhere? Can you imagine? You gonna fly either above or through the clouds. Unless you get ready to come down, then you're under the clouds or whatnot. But can you imagine being in the midst of a cloud where you can't see, and that lightning is just, yes, sir?
Praise Yahweh. My wife and I did. That one was coming back from, but it was dark. And we could see out on the side of the plane window. And we were flying over the cloud. It was majestic. The lightning, you didn't hear it, but you saw it. We were close to the lightning. Man, praise Yahweh. Yahweh is magnificent.
That's deep. The little planes are metal.
Yeah.
It's so crucial. It's so crucial. That's just showing how great the Almighty YAH is. Because I believe that this man done a lot of things that I have to say we weren't supposed to do. I can't say for sure because I don't know if we were supposed to be up in the sky flying around. I can't say. But technology has taken over everything. And one of the greatest things about technology that this man came up with is great for them, not necessarily for you and I, is surveillance. Everything. Because the man wants to control you instead of the creator, instead of us allowing the creator to dictate the things that we should and shouldn't do. Man, everywhere on the planet, just about is watching it. Even with facial recognition to pinpoint you. Now, I said anytime something is done, it's always done for a reason. I won't tell you what I believe, but consider, why would somebody want to always watch you closely, monitor you closely, record you closely, try and dictate what your moves are going to be closely? Now I know that to somebody's on the phone, that sounds like they crazy. First one think that they think that. But there's always a reason for something. Just keep in mind, hell is still very much in the forecast. Go to Isaiah 51. We ain't been there in some time. Isaiah 51. 58. I'm sorry, Isaiah 58. Isaiah 58, in the very first verse, it reads, "Cry aloud and spare not. Lift up thy voice like a trumpet and show my people their transgressions and the house of Yaakov their sins." Now, remember when I was talking about not too long ago how we are our brother's keeper and we're supposed to speak up. And a lot of times we don't speak up because we don't want strife. We don't want somebody to be offended. But the Almighty is offended if he said, look here, I told you to do this, but you refused me and you allowed certain things that you know I don't like. We got to take this thing personal. Again, we're instructed to cry aloud and spare not. In other words, I'll correct you because I don't really know you that well, but that's my good friend. You know, I don't want to lose my buddy. You know, I'll tell you it ain't good to run around with all them women. But my buddy, he married, he got all kinds of girlfriends and things. I can't say nothing to him. He like telling me them stories of what's going on. I don't want him to be offended. So in that case, who am I offending? There you go. I'm offending the one that give me my blessings. I'm offending the one that told me what I should be doing. I'm offending the one that said, I created you unto myself. I created you for a purpose. Hey, you're not living up to your purpose. You think your purpose was to go wrestle, play basketball, or play football, run track, sing, that's just extra. That's just extra. That's not the main focus.
One more, our main focus. I know we got one job, and that's to fear Yahweh, keep His commandments. But what is the task? Because it was people in the book that had tasks like Samson, like David.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna figure out what yours is. You're gonna figure out what it is. Like you just said the first thing you said. You figure out what it is. Let's go ahead. If you will, go with me to Isaiah. While we're in the book of Isaiah, go back to the very first chapter. Isaiah 1. We got to go back to the basics because a lot of us, collectively, we get caught up with so many different things, we forget the basics. Let's look at the third verse. In Isaiah 1, it reads, the ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib. But Israel doeth not know. My people doeth not consider. What is that statement saying? What is that statement saying? It's just basic. You've been having your hand up for everything else. Hey, quiet there. Don't raise it if you don't know. Because I'm going to break it down. Now, if you want to break it down because you know, please do. So let me read this again. It reads, the ox knoweth his owner. Meaning an ox even know who owns. The ass is master's crib. That jackass, that donkey. He can show you where it going. But Israel doeth not know. Israel ain't got a clue. My people do not consider. They don't know who their maker is. They want to get out here and serve all these other different deities, claim all these other different things, but they only got one maker. The collective of Israel don't know. Again, Murray Yoel calls some of them two bookers, and I can see where it's coming from. You can't claim Yah but serve the Christ of the New Testament. You can't say Yah, but you only say Yah, but then you don't give him no glory. The Christ of the New Testament get all the glory. The Almighty said he made us in his image and in his likeness, right? So you get a man who more Elisha used to call it, look like a hippie on a stick. Don't look nothing at all like you. Ain't melanated, got different hair and everything. Then you have Moray Dan say, if you put a collie dog in the front and put somebody else right next alongside of them, and you're in the back and you look at the end, you probably won't even know there's a dog up there. Now, hey, I can't give somebody their thoughts. People are going to think what they think, but we should collectively learn while we're here and who is the giver of life, who allows us to wake up. The Almighty said he don't give nobody else's glory. And the very first commandment is that we should not have any other power, any other deity, any other so-called, as they like to call God, before. Don't even put none beside it. If we do, we're out of order. So we have people who make a statement, and your mom wasn't the first to make that statement to say we're a cult. They should be, I would be very scared to make a statement like that. I would be horrified. Am I by myself? Or who else would feel scared to say something? Because if you want if you want to refer to it as a church, Israel is the only one referred to in the scriptures. The house of Israel, the children of Israel. So again, the ox knows owner and an ass is master's crib, but Israel don't know. But the bad part about it is Israel don't even want to consider. Now, unless we consider a thing, we just gonna keep doing the same old thing. We want to weigh this against that and say, wait a minute, does this make sense? They say that the Christ of the New Testament, we just stay there for a second. The Christ of the New Testament, he died for my sins, for the sins of the world. Then why are people still dying? If the price already been paid, why are people still dying? Moving on. Let's go to the book of Hosea. 4th chapter. 6th verse. We're getting back to some basics again. Because sometimes, you know, when we start playing chess, and we ain't playing checkers, we try to make different moves so we can get to that 4-move checkmate. But sometimes in rush to try to get to that 4-move checkmate, we forget some of the basics. We forget how the rook move. We forget that a pawn can only go one place at a time. We forget the king can only move one spot at a time, but the queen, she can move. Straight line, that, however, we forget those things. So what we got to do, we got to get back to the basics. In the 6th verse, it reads, my people are destroyed. What does destroyed mean? Good for nothing, useless, broken, bad. Had an automobile, and it was just your baby. It just kept rubbing it and possibly kept it clean and everything. And then something fell on it, a big dumpster or whatever just fell on it and just crushed it and destroyed a 65 Mustang or something. Whatever. What does destroy mean? Somebody, we know what destroy means. Somebody tell me. I need to know we're on the same page. Huh? Pretty much good for nothing. It's done with. Now this reads, my people. And we're talking about YAH's people. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. My son's name is knowledge. If you have no knowledge, you have no power. Do you understand? So we need to have knowledge of things to have power with that thing. You understand? If you don't have no knowledge about a thing, you don't have no power when it comes to that thing. If you don't have a knowledge of YAH, you don't have that power with YAH. Am I making sense? Elder, am I making sense?
Yes, you are.
So you looking at me like, write some things down. Don't be quick to do this. Anytime you got to write it down. That way you don't lose your thought. Then we can go back and revisit. I got you. We go back and revisit. Again, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge because thou hast rejected. Now that's crucial. We don't have the knowledge because a lot of times, man, I ain't nobody trying to hear that. Man, that's for you. That ain't for me. You heard that before, Elder? People don't want to hear it. But see, as long as we make that attempt to try to share that wisdom with them, once they told you a couple, 2, 3 times, hey, look here, man, I'm tired of you coming in here with that stuff. Then you done did your job. Now it's going to be on them. They won't be able to say in that time of judgment when the Almighty might say, didn't I send my servant Elijah to you? And you rejected it. You said you didn't want to hear it. Again, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Shalom, sister. Shabbat shalom. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge because you have rejected knowledge. I'll also reject you, that you shall be no priest to me, seeing that you have forgotten the law of your Elohim. I will also forget your children. One of these days, young man, you might be married and have a wife. I suggest that if that do be the case, regardless of what the times is, you still teach your family what thus says YAH. Because say the world is changing. In the alphabet, people say, well, we don't have to do that no more. When people get to the point to where they're saying, well, I'm gonna let my child grow up and then I'm gonna let him decide what his pronoun is. I'm gonna let him decide what his gender is. You see, I heard something like that not too long ago. I think of a daggone comedian or something. Say with the way things are right now, instead of having those little reveal parties, you just wait till your child grow up and let them tell you what they're gonna be. Do that make sense? The Almighty got two genders, male and female. But the system trying to tell you now, I forget how many thousands or hundreds or whatever different pronouns, if that's what you want to call them, it is. To the point to where, like I say, they are making a Bill of Rights for them. And in that Bill of Rights, they're going to have more rights than you have. Something to look forward to, huh? Absolutely not. It's going to be struck down. The Almighty don't play like that. Because in the end, who's going to prevail?
Israel. Yahweh.
Say, I also forget your children. My goodness, my goodness. Let's go to the book of Deuteronomy. When we get there, we're going to stop at the 6th chapter. 6th chapter. Deuteronomy 6. See, when we learn better, we should do better. Again, that's not always the case. Deuteronomy 6. Let's start at the 4th verse. Again, we go back to basics. It reads, "Hear, O Israel, Yah, our Elohim is one." What does that mean? I'm going to call on you, young man. You always got something for me. Now I got something for you. I'm going to see what you do know. You should know this. What does that mean? Hear, O Israel, Yah, our Elohim is one Elohim.
One person. Well, one creator.
Have you ever, in the book of the New Testament, read anything about a Trinity? Have you saw that word in there? Do you know what a Trinity is?
The Father and the Holy Spirit and Christ, right?
Have you ever seen where the Almighty said that himself?
No.
But you have seen where it reads, Yah is one. Right? So where do you think that Trinity come from?
Man.
And thou shalt love Yah, Elohim, with all your heart, with all your soul. That's your body. A lot of times people say, with body and soul. They don't understand your body is your soul. Remember they used to sell them old records on advertising on TV? Body and soul. We're quick to talk about things that we don't really know or understand because we're people that just love to repeat things. It sounds good. Hey, that sounds good. Let me say that too. Israel, Yah, Elohim, Yah is one. And you, that means you and I, and we should love Yah, our Elohim, with all our heart. That's that mind. And with all your soul and with all your might. That means we should love him with everything. Give me a reason. Somebody give me one reason why you should love the Almighty Yah with everything. Huh? Love him with all your mind, all your body, with everything you got. Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Go ahead.
Well, as for, the lake of fire, that's what and
So you should only hold on to him because you don't want to be in the lake of fire. Come on, man. I won't call on somebody else too now. Come on. No. Just give me one reason. One reason.
because I owe him.
You sure you owe him?
Yes,
Why do you owe him?
because I owe him. That's
Why?
it.
Because he wake you up every day, he put food in your belly. He allow you to breath of life. He allow you to know who you are and who he is and what he requires. A lot of different reasons. Anybody else? Listen, why should you love Yah? With everything. With everything you got. Remember, I told you, don't you ever even put me or your mother before the Almighty Yah. So why should you love him? With everything.
And those are just more reasons to.
What you got, son? Why should you love with all your might?
You should love him
Talk loud. I can't hear you.
because he's done a lot for everyone and deserves to be loved because he created the earth.
All right. Let me read it again without interruption. Hear, O Israel, Yah Elohim, Yah is one. And you and I shall love Yah, our Elohim, with all our heart and with all our soul and with all our might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes, and thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thy house and on thy gates. Now, I'm saying, and this is me, this is what I'm saying, that they should be at the Almighty's commandments should be at the forefront of my mind. And once I got it here, it's gonna stay there. The only way it's gonna leave, the only way it's gonna come off is if the Almighty takes his spirit from me. I just done lost my mind or something. You see, once it's there, once I done brought it from here and put it here, then I don't need this to meditate on what I know is here. You understand? So it's with me. This is, again, just the way I see it. This is what I'm getting from it. That way it's with me. It stays with me. Because if I build a portion on my house, say with the slam, and I enclose a part, I add more brick or stone to it, and I add a part on it. It's a permanent fixture. It stays there. So I can't say when I get ready to move and I'm gonna sell the house, no, I got to take this part back with me because I want to put this on my new house that I'm gonna get. That don't make no sense, do it? That means it's stuck with me. It's there. It's permanent. So it's like the frontlets between my eyes. That way, when I walk out, I know, just like when you got a horse and that horse has got tunnel vision. He's seeing the end of the track. You see. I can't get lost that way. It's going to be with me. While we're in the book of Deuteronomy, let's go to the 4th chapter. Let's go over here. Again, this is what I call some of the basics. And my basics might not be basic to somebody else, but I like to refer to things that we should know. We should know a lot. We should know a lot more than what can be taught here in the course of a day because a lot would entail the course of a lifetime. But in verse 39 and 40, it reads, know therefore this day and consider in thine heart that Yah, he is Elohim in heaven above and upon the earth beneath. There is none else. There ain't nobody else that can be compared to the Almighty. Remember, first commandment. In all, Isaiah the Almighty let you know he don't know no other Elohim. None. Now we get these fictional characters and with these what you call it, mythology and whatnot, these so-called gods that we're taught, but we're not even supposed to mention those names. Scripture let us know, don't even let those names be heard coming up out of our mouths, because when we name them, then we're giving them power. Yes, sir.
Is that considered idolatry?
If you go to worship them, idolatry, yeah. If you go to worship them, yeah. You want to bow yourself down to them, you want to call on the names and everything, yeah. You want to say that's your power, your strength? Because again, I read how the Almighty let us know that we don't even know who our owner is. We don't know who our maker is. And a lot of times the people don't even want to consider it because we've been trained up in a certain way with a different understanding. So if somebody's been taught a particular thing for all their life and say they're 45 at the time, then something new is introduced to them. I can't expect somebody to give up something after being taught a certain thing for 45 years just because I said something. I can feed them a little bit at a time, because when I think that if I give a person too much at one particular time, just like you're trying to feed a baby, you give them too much on that spoon at one time, what's going to happen? Yeah, it's going to come back up. It ain't going to be accepted too well. But if you give little bits and pieces after they've been instructed, and they really consider those bits and pieces, then they start doing this right here. Because you show them things that goes against what they have been taught. Now, again, I like to think that our parents did the very best they could with the information that they had. But along the way, the Almighty's word got lost. It got twisted. It got turned. And so being introduced to something new is not always accepted. Not right away anyway. But then once a person really starts to consider. See, like you ask questions here. I bet you if you go to that church that you might have been going to and you keep raising your hand, they're going to send an usher to you and say, get him up out of here. He messing up my hustle. Get him up out of here. I got to pass the basket around in a minute. He's messing up my hustle. I'm only saying that to say, we want your questions. But you can't go to a church and do that for a reason. Remember, everything is always for a reason. Everything. It's always for a reason. Like that song goes, that's just the way it is. Oh, yeah. It's unfortunate, though. Let me get back here again. In verse 40, thou shalt keep therefore his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee this day, that it may go well with thee, and with thy children after thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days upon the earth, which Yah, your Elohim, giveth thee forever. You mean keeping Yah's word can help prolong our days, can give us more time? Do you know in the beginning, I don't believe it was meant that we were supposed to even die. But some things took place that probably shouldn't have taken place. The life expectancy got shorter. Now it's gotten even shorter. Have you researched? I don't want to say a person's going to kick the butt, because I remember, was that you? I think that was you when I told you that the lifespan was 70, and you asked me if I was about ready to expire. I said, yeah, that was you. That was you. We talked about that day in that cafeteria. And I explained it to you. Some people will live longer. Some people might not live as long. But the life expectancy has been cut down. Will they ever get back to that way? That would be up to you. See, certain things I can't answer. That would be up to y'all. But it's a blessing. That's just like one of the commandments. I'm going to ask you this. You should know. One of the commandments, I believe, came with a promise. Do you know which commandment that is? Out of the 10, out of that covenant.
The fifth one. Honor your mother and father.
That your days may be long. There you go. So I'm just trying to give us something to consider. That serving Yah willfully, it being your desire, can prolong your days. Now, who don't want more time? Time is the one commodity that we just don't seem to have enough of. Throughout the course of a day, how many people rush? I know I be rushing. Elder, you ever find yourself rushing in the course of a day? Because we find it just don't seem to be enough time to get everything done that we need to get done.
Especially, well, not just women, but I'm gonna say a woman, a wife, because there is a wife's responsibility is for her family, and if she's outside of the home working as a helpmeet, and then taking care of just pretty much everything in the house, and you gotta rush around. You gotta make sure the clothes is right. You gotta make sure the dinner's cooked. You gotta do this. You gotta do that. You just like, it's like never enough time.
You know what? I'm not even going to disagree with you on that. I'm not. Because it is a lot. It's a lot. We all have our, I don't know if you want to call them burdens to bear, our responsibilities. But it's a lot. But see, everything that we do, that's the husband and the wife. And if we could convince some of these people to just play in the field, just to get, they always got time. They got time to tip over here. They got time to go see Mary Jo or Carol Ann or whoever, just back and forth. But when things are planned out or mapped out, should I say, and things are in order, we do find ourselves rushing. Because I find myself, even when it's late, rushing to try to get the little sleep that I do get. Then rushing to get up to go off to work, to get that done. It's just everything is rush, 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 rush. And I think that I've allowed myself to be programmed, and I have to deprogram. I've got to get myself together. See, because I can't just say, well, the system got me caught up. I can't put it that way. I have to prioritize things, and those things that I can do, and those things that I can't, to where I can still get my rest, because even though I understand that I'm still lacking in it, the nighttime is for rest. And I understand it, you get people who work first, second, and third shift and everything, which actually throws our body completely out of whack. Because I know that a work day is from the rising of the sun to the going down of it. And I understand that the nighttime is for your rest. See, we done got so caught up in this system that we become indoctrinated in the way things just go and say, I'm going to catch up on my rest. You can never catch up on rest that's already lost. It's gone. Look at the bags under my eyes and don't be surprised. Hey, you look kind of sleepy. I just make a little joke. I said, put my glasses on, you don't see them as well. But I know they're there. I know I'm at a deficit. So we just got to do our best if it's our desire to be right in the sight of the Almighty. We're trying to add stuff. As a matter of fact, let's go to the book of while we're in the book of Deuteronomy, still here in the 4th chapter. Let's go to the 2nd verse. Deuteronomy 4:2. We got to understand this. See, like I say, we can compromise other things, but the law, Yah's law, is not to be compromised. We never had the authority to compromise his law, to add to it or to take away from it. So let's read it here. It reads, ye, which is you or me. So when I tell people when we read this, let's apply it to self. I shall not add unto the word which Yah let me read it this way here. Don't you shall not add to the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish out from it, that ye may keep the commandments of Yah your Elohim, which I command you. Don't add nothing to it. Don't take nothing away from it. Don't try to say, well, I'm gonna do this here, polish it up. No, just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. It's gonna stay the same. Just leave it alone. This ain't the only place that you'll find it here in your book. But we always say, well, that's not what that means. That's exactly what it means. That's exactly what it means. In the book of Numbers, 15. Let's go to the 29th verse. We'll take it all the way up to 31. So starting at 29. You shall have one law for him that sinneth through ignorance, both for him that is born among of Israel, and for the stranger that sojourneth among them. But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously, meaning you know what you're doing, whether it be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproaches the Almighty. And that soul shall be cut off from among his people, because he has despised the word of Yah and has broken his commandment. That soul shall utterly be cut off. His iniquity shall be upon him. Once we start understanding certain things, I think we'll stop making excuses. Like I say, I talk about self-accountability, I guess, in a way to where the more I talk about it, the more I have to be reminding myself that I'm accountable, period. So the message that goes out is for everybody, and it comes back to me as well. We as a people, and again, like I say, it might sound like I'm talking about all people, no, just most, including myself, because I don't want to discount the righteous that are in the earth, because it's not up to me to say who's righteous and who's not. That's between the Almighty and the particular individual that he deemed to be perfect in this generation. So when people talk about ain't nobody perfect, me personally, I would never make that statement. Even though we'd have heard that. Y'all, everybody in this room that heard. And y'all heard ain't nobody perfect, right? But we know better, don't we? We know better. Most of us ain't perfect. Most of us ain't. Most of us need to get our act together. And we don't know how much time we got to do it here. But I'd be a fool to just not even consider the Almighty. Who am I to speak instead? Say, well, ain't nobody perfect. We know the world is corrupt. Now, I believe that everybody didn't sin. But check this out. Again, there's a remedy for that. When a person acknowledges that they didn't transgress, they follow that prescription. Acknowledge it, confess it, turn from it, don't go that way again. Who am I to say that the Almighty still holding that against them? That's not my understanding. Not mine at all. Did I finish reading that? Where am I at? I interrupted myself that time. 31st verse. Because he has despised the word of Elohim and has broken his commandments, that soul shall utterly be cut off. His iniquity shall be upon him. Ain't no more, Elijah made me do it. It ain't my fault, it's Elijah's fault. My wife made me do it. Mm-hmm. Say it with me, y'all. Self-accountability. Accountable for self. And the best way to go about it is it should be our desire to do what's pleasing to the Almighty. The Almighty gave me my wife. The Almighty gave you your husband. The Almighty gave you two to one another out there, right? He gave that to us. Our desire should be to honor him for what he has given us. If we feel like he's given us something good and we appreciate it, then we want to repay him, right? By being right with one another and right with him. Don't get no better. But I feel for you young folk today. You're going to have to ask for birth certificates. But now you can, you know what? I think I done heard something about you can alter your birth certificates now.
Yeah.
When a person has changed their gender or whatnot, and then, you know, you get the seal and everything, oh, y'all gonna be in trouble.
At this point, they would have to do a DNA test to see what they were actually born.
Because they change the stuff all the time. Now, I'm so serious. You mess around and get your woman, and now you find out that that's Oscar. Your name was really Oscar. And that ain't to offend nobody, because what they do, you know. But hey, just know it's a price to pay. The Almighty already did it. But you gonna have to, you know, just because they wearing an ascot or a scarf, that don't mean they might be trying to have an idol. But they hide it, they might have had it shaved down. And now you get some people, they just naturally got big feet. I got these little stubby things, but I'm short. Y'all generation, it ain't nothing new up under the sun. Ain't nothing new up under the sun. Even more reason to hold close to the Almighty YAH. Even more reason. Here's a good thing to kind of remind us, and I know you're going to understand this while we're in the book of Numbers, the 15th chapter. Go to verse 37. Again, we just covered some of the basics again. And so starts to read, and YAH spake unto Moses, saying, speaking to the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the border of their garments throughout their generations. Throughout their generations. And that they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribbon of blue. Now, why a ribbon of blue? Because y'all said so. That's good enough for me. Is it good enough for y'all? But some people say, well, why you got the other blue in it? Because y'all said so. And it shall be unto you for a friend that ye may look upon it and remember all the commandments of YAH and do them. And that ye shall seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a-whoring, that ye may remember and do all my commandments and be holy unto your Elohim. I am YAH your Elohim, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your Elohim. I am YAH your Elohim. Now those fringes, when you put, for me, I look at fringes as a holy article. That's just me. I hate to see a fringe on the floor. Somebody drop a fringe, ooh, you gotta get that back up. You know, like this man, you know, they don't want to see that flag on the ground. And that ain't even a holy article. But and I can only speak for myself, but my fringes, I like to reach down, straighten them out, hold on to them. For me, it's almost like armor. And in this world, you definitely don't want to leave out without them. Years ago, my girl was down there at WB Du Bois Academy. I can remember forgetting my daggone fringes. I looked down, my fringes wasn't there. And I know ain't nobody on there ever seen me without my fringes. I removed myself. I hit the highway. I went home to get my daggone fringes. I need to try to keep a spare pair in the car, but usually I put my fringes on my pants before I even ever put the pants on. But there has been a time when I'd have forgot my fringes. If you forget your fringes, how you feel? You forgot your fringes at any time recently in the past or anything?
Man, yeah, I have.
How did it make you feel? Feel naked?
I did it.
Huh?
I did it like when I was trying to go into the library to see some this person that helped me with the job. I forgot it, but I went back home close to the house, like about 5-minute walk. Or 3.
I just don't feel right without them. I don't. I need to figure out a way to keep them on my sweatpants, but I always put this on. I wear this daily, but that's not what the Almighty said. He said those fringes to remind me to keep those commandments, and certain things just get embedded in us. Oh my goodness, time sure do fly. Let me give one more scripture. Man, I might have to continue this here. I don't know where the time goes. Do it seem like I've been up here a long time, y'all? Because for me, it seems like it's just a very short time. But hold on, because I'm getting ready to call up the next speaker in just about a minute here. Let me get one more scripture out. Matter of fact, let me end with this right here. Let's go to the book of Proverbs real quick. 4th chapter. Real quick, Proverbs 4th chapter. In the 7th verse, wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get your wisdom, but with all you're getting, get understanding. Now, I read this one especially for you, Elijah. I mean, it's for all of us, but keep getting that wisdom. But I need you to understand. I need you to be able to put it in a way to where you can understand what you're learning. And that's for all of us. And that's the principal thing. Get that wisdom. Because if we don't have no wisdom, we can't add to the conversation about the wisdom of YAH. It'd be very difficult for us to speak with somebody, being a servant, about what YAH wants us to do, what we're supposed to be about, who he is. So we need to know those things and be able to articulate it to others. All right? Now, that being said, I want to stay within protocol. It is time for the next speaker here at the House of YAHUDA to come up. If it be Yah's will, I will continue with this lesson at a different time, but just keep in mind, we want to be the best that we can be. And our main focus is to be servants of the Almighty YAH. It's always going to be to our advantage when it's our desire to do that. All right? Let's just be the best that we can be. Praise the Almighty YAH. At this time, I'm getting ready to call up my wife, Maradan, and I'm sure she has something enlightening for us as well. So here we go. Please rise as she walks up to the podium, please.
Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Shabbat shalom.
Go ahead and have a seat. How is everyone today?
Great.
You're the only one who's great? That's great.
I mean, we all need to say great. I mean, we got 2 legs, we got 2 arms, we got a mouth, we got ears. You know, we can just go on all day, but
Right on. Good for you, acknowledging your blessings. That is awesome. All right, so last night, Yahweh blessed me and my family to indulge in a little bit of entertainment. And we went to the movies. And we went to go see a movie in the Marvel film series. I won't elaborate as to the title. If you know, you know. And if you don't, I don't know what to say. Okay, so we went to go see this movie. And in this movie, it chronicles the works of this particular deity. To me, it was amusing. But in the course of this movie, spoiler alert, I'm about to talk about some stuff in this movie. If you haven't seen it, I would recommend you close your ears, or I'm telling you what's going to happen. Okay, so anyway, in the course of what's happening in this movie, they go to this place. And this place is full, and I'm not exaggerating, it is chock full of all the different deities that nations of people worship. And at the top deity was Zeus. I think it's funny because there were all these different types of people in the world. And all of these different types of people, for whatever their reasoning is, serve different deities. There are literally thousands of different deities that people worship for one reason or another. How does Yahweh feel about that? Is that something that Yahweh would be happy about? Is it something that Yahweh takes pleasure in us doing, unbeknownst to ourselves, whether we're worshiping them by calling their name inadvertently or purposely, taking on the ways of nations, doing things that the other nations are doing, not with a full understanding of what or why they're doing it. We see them do it, so we're going to emulate what they're doing. Looks like fun. There are things we need to consider. The why fors, the how fors, the what fors of our actions, of the words that we speak. Everything comes from some place. It would behoove us to give thorough understanding of where these things are coming from. What does this word mean? What is the origin of this word? Sounds like something I've never heard before. Why are those people over there doing that? Ooh, looks like fun. We just want to get right into it. You don't know what the people are doing. You don't know why those people are doing what they're doing. And we don't take the time to think about it. We could be breaking Yahweh's laws. So, that being said, here's the deity I want to talk a bit about today. Ironically, part of the name of this deity was the deity that I went to go see a movie about yesterday. But this is an Egyptian deity. This deity is one of the 42 state gods and goddesses of Egypt. She is supposedly the deity of beauty. Her center of worship was a city called Dendera. And she is supposedly the daughter of this deity, Ra. And she is also the spouse of this deity. Horus. Isn't it interesting how these deities have family trees? They got mothers, fathers, daughters, whole storylines. But yet no one can tell you or give an indication of where Yahweh came from. Yes, sir.
What was the husband's name?
Horus. No problem. So in this deity's role as the goddess of beauty, she was also dun, 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 the patron of cosmetics. Isn't that exciting? She was the patron of cosmetics. Everything comes from somewhere. And wearing cosmetics was seen as a form of worship to this deity. Offerings of mirrors or whole cosmetic palettes were often sacrificed for her. So, in addition, as part of cosmetics, I wanted to delve a little bit into hair. Because I read something that made me go, Let's go to Proverbs chapter 20. In Proverbs chapter 20, I'd like to read verse 29. Because I like to think that Yahweh has a thing or two to say about beauty, but we don't pay it too much attention. 29. A lot of times the things that Yahweh considers beautiful, we just be like, meh, I don't want that. Now in Proverbs chapter 20, verse 29, it says, the glory of young men is their strength, and the beauty of old men is the gray hair. Oftentimes, in the land that we live in, the culture that we indulge in, gray is not considered beautiful. We have a gray hair somewhere. We want to be plucking it. We want to be dyeing it, trying to cover up the fact that it's gray. But if Yahweh made it that way, why is it that we, in all of our genius, say, ew, that's ugly. That's unattractive. That's not appealing. Ew, she's got gray hair. She must be old. Wow, Yahweh blessed her to wake up that many days in a row. And we look at that as a curse or something to be frowned upon. Yahweh allows us to live long enough to acquire a patina to ourselves, and we say, bleh, yuck. What on earth could they possibly offer us? They're not young. Have you ever talked to a young person? We all want to emulate you. Have you ever talked to a young person? How did you feel in your conversation with a young person?
When they grow up, the way they think, I tell them all the time, you will not think that same way as you get a little older. And I'll say, matter of fact, I would even ask questions. I'll say, if you thought the same way, say like when you're 35, if you thought the exact same way as you are now when you're 15, do you think you would have a problem? And they might say no. So I'll say the same thing in a different way to try to make it even more clear and say, okay, I'll change it. Then I'll say, okay, so when you're my age and you don't know how to think like a person that age, if you still thought like you do and only like you do when you're 15 years old, do you think you would have a problem navigating in the world? Then they start to see it and say, yeah. So I say, I know what it's like to think as a 15-year-old. I've been 15 years old, but you haven't been my age. And so as you grow older, the aim is that you wisely.
Okay.
Some will agree, then you have those that won't agree at all. So.
Okay. My point in that is, as the culture that we live in subscribes such greatness to youth, I challenge us to say, perhaps that's not a perspective we should take on and indulge in. Yahweh put everything in order the way he sees for it to happen. And we, with our big brains, say, nope, that can't be right. Why would you do it that way? You should do it this way. Technology allows us to do this, so this is what we should do. The things that Yahweh puts in place are right because Yahweh put them in place. Whenever man sticks their hand in it, it's not right anymore. It's messed up. And the repercussions to that mess up don't always happen immediately, so we don't see this in it. It shows up 10, 20, 30, 40, 5 years later. And then we're all like, oh, Yahweh, please help us. Oh, Yahweh, we so messed up. But if we just would have considered Yahweh in the beginning, there's a whole lot we could have forsaken. So the ancient Egyptians saw dark hair as a beauty ideal, and they used lead-based hair dye to color their hair black. Or, to the other extreme, if they had gray hair present, they shaved their heads and they wore wigs. Vanity has not gone anywhere. People still dye their hair or try to cover up the gray hair that they have acquired for vanity because they want to look young. They want to appear a certain way to people. And I'm here suggesting that we are doing ourselves a great disservice, not just mentally and emotionally, but physically and quite possibly spiritually. Because I wholeheartedly believe Yahweh ain't do nothing for nothing. There is a purpose to everything that he does. And it is up to us to accept it or reject it. And in doing so, either way, we have to accept the consequences therein. It said that the beauty of old men is the gray hair. Why don't we see beauty in what Yahweh has put into place? Why do we try to cover up the beauty that Yahweh has put into place with the ways of man? I read this article, and in this article, it was talking about hair dyes. And in permanent hair dyes, there are literally thousands of chemicals in hair dye. Thousands. One of the main chemicals in hair dyes are something called, the abbreviation for this is PPD, but it's paraphenylene diamine. It's derived from petroleum. And this PPD is kind of the main locking chemical for the color in hair dye preparations. Hair dye also contains ammonia, which is a respiratory irritant, and hydrogen peroxide, which is a skin and lung irritant. These chemicals enter your bloodstream through the skin and through the hair follicles, which are manipulated through the chemicals so that the hair can absorb the chemicals in the dye to change the color of your hair. These preparations also contain lead, formaldehyde, and benzene. There was a journalist, her last name is Citron Fink. She's a journalist and editor for the Environmental Defense Fund. She says that there's a multi-billion-dollar hair and beauty business that perpetuates this myth that gray hair makes you look old, like you don't care about your beauty. We get overt and subliminal messages from media to cover up. These are deeply ingrained ideals. We have absorbed those ideals in our psyches. So not only are we trying to dye our hair follicles, we dye in our brains as well. Because the gray matter up here inside our head is getting manipulated by the things that we are taking on, the lessons that we are learning here in the land in which we live. Every time we watch a movie, every time we listen to a song that's not of Yahweh, we're absorbing this stuff and we're taking it in. We're processing it in some form or fashion. And you either can choose to accept it and go along with it, or you can process it and reject it and say, hey, this doesn't compare with what I've learned about Yahweh. The buildup of chemicals in our bodies is known as a chemical body burden. Not just hair dyes, lotions, soaps, toothpaste, anything that we are putting in and or on our bodies that may or may not be natural. We are creating a chemical body burden. But yet we all wonder why we can't function normally, why we have skin problems, why we can't rest in a natural fashion, why we can't think in a natural fashion. Everything is out of whack. That too is part of the curse. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 28. Deuteronomy chapter 28 is an often mentioned chapter. And we openly say, yes, these things are happening to us because of Deuteronomy 28. But I wonder, do we truly, truly understand the depths of this curse on us? Take, for instance, verse 14. Thou shalt not go aside from any of the words which I command thee this day, to the right hand, to the left, to go after other gods to serve them. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. I don't know about y'all, but I feel the curses. I feel like I've been overtaken by the curses. That shit is heavy. To just walk around in the world and know that because me and my ancestors did not keep Yahweh's laws, Yahweh's hand is on us still. Even though he is merciful to us, that hand, these curses, they are upon us, and we walk around with it every single day. Cursed shall you be in the city, verse 16. Cursed shall you be in the field. Cursed shall be your basket in your store. Cursed shall be the fruit of your body and the fruit of the land, the increase of thy kind and the flocks of thy sheep. Cursed shall thou be when you come in. Cursed shall you be when you go out. Yahweh shall send upon you cursing, vexation, and rebuke in all that you set your hand unto to do, until you be destroyed and until you perish quickly, because of the wickedness of your doing, whereby you have forsaken me. Cursing, vexation, and rebuke. Until we be destroyed. We are destroying ourselves by utilizing things and doing things that are out of the natural order that Yahweh put into place. And I don't mean any offense to anybody, but we have taken on so many of these ways that are not helpful to us. We are killing ourselves. For what? So somebody can see you and say, you're beautiful. Someone may see you without those vanities and still say, you're beautiful. More importantly, for appreciating what Yahweh has given you, Yahweh thinks that you are beautiful. But we cast that to the side. Because we want man to look upon us and we want man's favor. Please tell me, please, someone, interweb as well, someone, please tell me the last time that the person who told you that you were beautiful woke you up. Please tell me the very last time that the person who showed you such favor and made you feel like you were just queen of the world or the most handsome man in the world. Please tell me the last time that person showed you a type of mercy that could even compare to the smallest amount of mercy that Yahweh has given you. Any random time in your life. But we will put the thoughts and opinions of man way up high. And we'll put Yahweh's down low. Also, side note, the FDA has no oversight over the cosmetics company or the industry. Right now, I could take dirt, tar, gasoline, and red number 40, mix it up in a bottle, and say, this will give you clear skin. Sell it in Walgreens. Nobody would care. There's nothing to regulate what people are, what chemicals, what ingredients, whatever people are putting into the preparations that we are using on a daily basis. So it is up to us, not just to look for things that are obviously unclean, but to perhaps look at it from a different perspective. Is it making our spirits unclean? There's nothing wrong with being attractive. There's nothing wrong with being beautiful. It's desirable. But it's the way in which we go about it that's hurting us, because we're so concerned. We are so consumed with beauty. We're bombarded with the images in the world. We go out. We're Black people. People don't see a beauty in that. We don't see a beauty in that. So we try to change it and alter it and make it look like something else, or try to somehow make up for the lack of love that we've experienced. Whatever it is that we're dealing with, we're killing ourselves, trying to make ourselves attractive in the eyes of someone who is not Yahweh. Yahweh is concerned with our spirits. What's going on in here? What's up here? What kind of preparations are we putting on that? How are you massaging your spirit at night? Not with oils to keep wrinkles away, not with preparations to keep the gray away. How are we massaging our gray matter in here? What type of preparations for good spirits are we putting on ourselves during the course of the day? What are we massaging our hearts with? You have something you want to say?
No, I was just doing this.
Oh, okay. But that's all secondary, because we want Trevor to think we're pretty so he'll marry us and give us a good life. Or Janine, she a baddie, she'll make my Instagram followers go up. I could walk down the street with my head up high once it was down low because I got her on my arm. But what does Yahweh think about any of that? Do you ever think that maybe you don't need Instagram followers? I mean, when do you want Yahweh to follow you? How about that? Have Yahweh follow you throughout the course of your day to keep you safe and well, free from any harm or captivity. How about that? How about you beautiful because somebody can count on you to give a good, joyful, righteous response to something? You're dependable because you know that's what Yahweh would expect. You don't have issues in your mind. You don't have issues with your self-esteem. You don't have problems bearing down on you because you know Yahweh got you. That's just a little bit of the things that we face in this world. There's probably 100 trillion other things that I don't know about because I don't know your individual journey. I know I spent a great deal of time as a young lady concerned because people didn't think I was pretty enough. My sister was lighter than me. She had more of an outgoing personality that attracted people. And so me, I was quiet. I like to stay to myself. I got picked on a lot because I was quiet. I have tons of issues that I have to deal with. And sometimes I got to step back and I got to get away from the noise. I need some time with my Elohim, which means I'm not talking to people. I'm not reaching out to people because I know what I need. I need that silence so I can continue to function in a world that truthfully doesn't give a darn about me. I've chosen to hang on to Yahweh Because I found in my walk, this vanity stuff, all it's doing is causing me more problems and more grief. Everyone's journey is different, and you have to find the thing that is going to make you feel most beautiful in the eyes of Yahweh, because it's his sight that matters most. If Yahweh thinks that you are a beautiful person, Yahweh says, I will look out for you when you keep my law. I will change the minds of men and the sight of men for you, because you stand for me. And the little bit of understanding in life that I have, all this other stuff gets in the way of that. Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 23. Jeremiah chapter 23. I would like to start at verse 23 and read verse 24 as well. It says, am I an Elohim at hand, saith Yahweh, and not an Elohim afar off? Can any hide himself in secret places that I shall not see him, saith Yahweh? Do not I fill heaven and earth, saith Yahweh? There is nothing that we can do and escape the sight of the mighty Yahweh. You could be in the darkest room ever. No light bulbs, blackout curtains, black walls. Yahweh can still see you. Somebody might walk in there and not see you, but Yahweh can still see you. In verse 29, is not my word like as a fire, says Yahweh, and like a hammer that breaks the rock in pieces? I've tried to break a rock with a hammer before. It doesn't always work. It depends on the type of stone it is. The instruments of man are faulty, but Yahweh is true strength and true power. And if we trust and put our energy into that true power, there is so much more that we can do. There is so much more peace to be had. There is so much more happiness to be had. But we don't. We put our trust in things that we can see, people that we can see and talk to, words that people usher out of their mouths. That is what we put our trust in, and it's faulty. Does not have the power that Yahweh has. And we too often forget it and cast it to the side until something terrible happens. When no man or person is around to help you, then we want to call on Yahweh. And it's only out of mercy that Yahweh answers and responds to us in those times. Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 32. Jeremiah chapter 32, I'd like to start reading at verse 17. Ah, Yahweh Elohim, behold, you have made the heaven and the earth by your great power and stretched out arm, and there is nothing too hard for you. You show loving kindness unto thousands and recompense the iniquity of the fathers into the bosom of their children after them. The great, the mighty Elohim, Yahweh of hosts, is his name.
Hallelujah.
There, in words, a small inkling of the power that Yahweh possesses. And we will not acknowledge that. First and foremost, we will trust in what people say or don't say, depending on how the mood fancies us, I suppose. There is nothing that is too hard for Yahweh, and that is where our trust should lie, wholeheartedly. So some more interesting things I learned about hair color. There was a law in ancient Rome that required all prostitutes to have blonde hair. I thought that was interesting because in general, when Black people are born, they don't have blonde hair. But for some reason, a lot of us find it real fancy and we want to do it. If a woman wasn't naturally blonde, she would wear a wig, or she would use a preparation of boiled nuts and herbs to make her hair lighter. Now, I'm not by any means suggesting that if a Black woman wants her hair blonde, she's a prostitute. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is there's no new thing under the sun. Everything came from somewhere. And in general, as a people, we don't research where things came from or why people do what they do. We just emulate it. Oh, that's cute. I want to do that. Oh, look at her. She getting attention. I want attention. So I'm going to do that. We need to consider the things that we're doing. In medieval times, women used a formula that had horse urine in it to lighten their hair. Again, if cosmetic preparations aren't regulated by anybody, that could technically still be going on now. We need to consider. During the Dark Ages, red hair was supposedly a symbol of witchcraft. But when Queen Elizabeth came into power, red hair became fashionable. The Maasai tribe in Kenya, they color their hair red to make themselves look more fearsome. They still do that to this day. It's a preparation of volcanic rock crushed into animal fat. So if you think about it, 2022, today is July 23rd. We're going to go outside and more than likely we will see somebody with hair in any host of colors that are available now. You can be a red head, you can be a turquoise head, you could be yellow, you could be white, and just any color you fancy. That's what color your hair could be these days. Yahweh made the colors. I guess you want to celebrate Yahweh by being as colorful as you want to be. I'm just saying, there's side effects to it. So let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 16. And in 1 Samuel,
No, I'm just thinking like what you're doing. No, I'm thinking about like if we're gonna say something about David being ruddy.
I wasn't, but okay. In 1 Samuel chapter 16, verse 7 was what I wanted to read. In verse 7 it says, "But Yahweh said unto Samuel, look not on his countenance or on the height of his stature." I just want to pause for a minute. Sister Nesha, when you saw your husband, what was the first thing physically that you acknowledged about him?
He was tall. Good looking.
Thank you for making my point. Yahweh said unto Samuel, look not on his countenance or on the height of his stature, because I have refused him. For Yahweh sees not as man sees. For man looks on the outward appearance, but Yahweh looks on the heart. How long do you have to talk to somebody to find out what their heart is about? I don't know. A couple minutes sometimes. Sometimes it takes months because people put on that thing they think people want to see. I'm not going to let anybody know that I have this as a flaw. I don't want to let somebody know that I like this because I may be perceived as a certain way. Yahweh sees the heart, but we see the outward stuff. It's the outward stuff that sometimes gets us into quite the pickle. He was cute, but he was a terrible person. Now you done got entangled with this dude, and man, this is a life sentence. Where she was pretty, but she was also pretty messed up. And now I'm stuck with this broad till our son turns whatever age you stop dealing with parents. I'm just saying. We have to pay more attention. We have to look beyond this. We focus on this so much. We want to polish it and buff it, and lay it down and dye it, make it look a certain way. But in here, we're hollow and we're empty and we're lacking substance because we don't put Yahweh first. I mean, seriously, if you looked in the mirror as you get ready in the morning and you putting on your lashes and plucking your eyebrows and putting on your lipstick, if you got finished with all that and said, what does Yahweh think about how I look right now? Would we still walk out the door with our face made up that way? Or for the men, I don't know what you do to get ready. Just oil yourselves up and plucking out your grays and you're doing your hair a particular way. Okay, whatever it is you do. When you get finished, you look in the mirror and you say, what does Yahweh think about what I'm doing? How I'm preparing myself to go out into the world. Is this acceptable to my Elohim? Are we going to change it? Are we going to stop with what we're doing to consider whether or not Yahweh finds it acceptable? That's not something I can answer for you. But I can pose the question to give us pause to consider. We aren't Yahweh. We can't process and handle things the way Yahweh does. But Yahweh did give us a route for us to follow. And we can choose to follow it or not. If we stay on Yahweh's route, we'll reach our destination successfully. And probably with a limited amount of pain and problems. But if we choose our own route, I don't want to do none of that. This looks better over here. Look how paved that street is. There's potholes over there. You're going to mess up my suspension. I'm going over here. But you over here, guess what? You didn't get quite as far as you would have had you stayed over there in the pothole route. Because Yahweh sees things in ways that we don't. You might have needed that ditch for a reason that only Yahweh knows. But you passed it because it's more lights and asphalt over here. You know what asphalt is doing to the planet? And I'm not trying to be funny, I'm serious. Like they're taking resources out of nature to create asphalt. That's creating havoc. I'm just saying. Yahweh's way is better. Let's go to Ecclesiastes chapter 7. Also, random side note, the movie we watched yesterday proved the point. One of the characters was greatly distressed that he had put all his hope and confidence in a God that did not save him. And it made him very, very angry. And he went on to hurt people because he said gods don't help you. You got to choose the right one to put your confidence in. Okay. Ecclesiastes chapter 7. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 13. Of this verse. Consider the work of Elohim, for who can make that straight which he has made crooked? We are constantly trying to straighten out the stuff that we perceive that Yahweh made crooked. I don't like my crooked teeth, so I'm going to go get braces. I think my nose ain't straight enough, so I'm going to go get a man to fix it for me. Have you all ever seen a picture or before and after of someone who looked like this, then got plastic surgery performed by man, and now they look like this?
I was a nurse last week at the hospital. Was talking to me and my daughter in the mirror. She said she looked in the mirror. She's like, I think she's like 47, but she said she looked in the mirror and she didn't like the way she looked. But she had like a lot of sag and of course they wrinkle a lot because of they don't have the melanin that we do. And she went and had plastic surgery done, but they took all this fat off. She showed us a before and after, and she was like, "I can't look like you all because you all skin is dark and don't wrinkle like our skin." And she looked completely different, and she was happy with her look.
I'm sure she was. In 5 to 10 years, it's going to be a repercussion for what she did in some kind of way. She's going to have to keep going back to get stuff done so that something terrible doesn't happen. As knows what else? There are always repercussions because we find fault with what Yahweh put into place. If Yahweh knows what's best for us, why don't we trust him? I had a woman tell me when I was a teen that my smile would be much prettier if my bottom teeth weren't crooked. But I feel like it's a tooth dimple. The same way I got dimples in my cheeks that Yahweh put there, he did that for whatever his reasons are. Yeah, I could go to a dentist and they'll take a bunch of metal and put it in my mouth and cause me a bunch of pain to undo what Yahweh did. So some person will be like, she has a perfect smile. It's perfect till I get older and my teeth fall out. I said, for what? Sometimes people, you should just keep your opinions to yourself. If you are that fond of straight teeth, go straighten yours. How about that? I'm good with whatever it is that my hair is thinning on the sides. I can leave it this way. I can shave it, whatever. It's happening for a reason. And sometimes you got to embrace the good, the bad, and the ugly, unattractive, or unappealing. And give Yahweh the glory and the praise. Because any person who doesn't like my thinning hair or my crooked teeth, you're not waking me up in the morning. You aren't providing me food, shelter, or sustenance. You're not contributing anything beneficial to my life. So thank you for sharing your words and your thoughts, but I care not. Have a great day. And I only say that to say, love yourself, people, just the way that we are.
That's right.
Because Yahweh made us the way that we are. Certainly, we can make choices in how we eat, what we eat, whether we exercise, whether we don't, whatever. There are mitigating factors. But for the most part, Yahweh made us the way that we are. And we are beautiful in that way. If you got a flat butt, oh well. You wasn't made to have a fatty. That's just what it is. You going to get somebody to inject something into your backside. It's not going to help you. It is going to be to a terrible detriment. And who knows what kind of way. We have to accept ourselves. There are people in the world who are drop dead gorgeous. There's some in the middle. There's some that are not so much. There's tall people. There's short people. There's thinner people. There's bigger people. There's all kinds of people. And in all of those types of people, there is beauty. There is not just one type of beauty. And I'm not criticizing anybody for whatever it is that you think is beautiful. Have at it. Yahweh gave you your taste too. Whatever. But all I'm saying is, measure it against what Yahweh thinks, not what people think. Because Yahweh sees things that people cannot. Yes, sir.
Praise Yahweh. Sister Kira said, teach me around God.
Praise the mighty God. Yes, sir.
You know what, I'm listening to you, and you're right. I'm very meticulous.
Mhm.
How I keep myself, how I keep my car, how I keep my room, my side of it, and my closet. And, you know, I'm just very meticulous, and I'm just teasing with you, baby. Get over it. But here's the thing. The thing is, and you're right, because whether men want to accept it or not, or people want to accept it or not, when we put more energy into what other people is going to think about how I am, you know, I'm doing all this stress and I'm in the mirror, you know. I mean, I still do my best to take care of myself, because when I was in the hospital, in the shower, because I was hooked up to tubes and machines, I wasn't able to do none of that. I had dirt in my ears, dirt in my eyes. It was just, I couldn't do what I wanted to do. You know, go to the barbershop. I couldn't do those things. And I look at it now like, if I'm taking care of myself, I press myself. You know, I said I would buy oils. And I do that because I want to show Yahweh I appreciate what you did for me. You understand? Like, I got was it underbite?
Underbite or overbite? Overbite is when the top teeth exceed the bottom row, and it's an underbite when the bottom teeth come out further than the top.
I have an underbite, and as a child, going to dentist, you know, putting things in, I still have it, and I'm good. You know, I used to think, well, maybe if I push this in, and the one thing that I'm learning about us as a people is we don't love ourselves enough to even love the Creator. We don't. You know what I'm saying? Because we concentrate too much on what other people think about us. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, I love Yahweh. I do. And what He thinks about me matters a lot. I do because I want my wife to always find me attractive. I don't think it's anything wrong with that. I don't think it's anything wrong with that. I don't think that, you know, I can get up and not wash my face and just like take me as I am. But that's, I think that the question about looking in the mirror and the Yahweh, does He appreciate how I look right now? And I think that if Yahweh sees that, yeah, I could have bought this face mask to help my skin, but it's unclean. So I chose to buy one that's may not be as popular as one, and I'm gonna use this one. But after using chemicals or using products that are kosher, that are clean, so to speak, even vegan, so to speak, I can look in the mirror and say, I pray that Yahweh is happy with me because I chose Him over my own. That's another way of showing Him. It didn't stop me from using face masks, or it didn't stop me from using this particular using soap. You know what I'm saying? But I choose Yahweh over, you know what I'm saying, this, because it's gonna cost me a little bit more money to buy this stuff because it's not gonna last as long, because it's more natural. But I'm willing to do that because I love my Father. And I think that having that spirit, a person could look in the mirror and say, I hope and pray that what I'm doing pleases Yahweh. Because we can only hope. You know what I'm saying? But your lesson is right on time. Because we live in a society that tells you, get them nappy things out your head. You look trifling. You know what I'm saying? Women don't have edges to the point now where you can go to a hair store and buy edges. Eyelashes like this, like literally.
Yep.
Like when the top one smacking the bottom of your chin, and you just be like, why? Why are you doing that? like you said, for somebody who ain't gonna even remember you in a few minutes. Ain't even paying you no attention. Yeah, praise Yahweh. Beautiful lesson, sister. Beautiful lesson.
Hallelujah. Okay. Also, for the sake of clarity, I never suggested that one should not take care of himself. Not by any means saying you just let yourself go because that's what Yahweh made you do. No. What I'm suggesting is that however you choose to take care of yourself, put Yahweh first. Make sure whatever you are using to present yourself to the world is clean by Yahweh's standards. Anything that comes after that is just personal preference. Like, Yahweh made us to have our own personal preferences. Hey, do you, boo-boo? Whatever. Dyeing your hair make you feel fancy and free? By all means. But no, there's something that may come of that. You want to put edges on there because you ain't got none? Okay. But understand that something is going to come of that because it's not prepared with Yah in mind. These eyelashes people walking around with, not my cup of tea. Ma'am, you want to look like that? By all means. Go right ahead. I just hope that whatever you using to adhere that to your face doesn't have dire consequences because ain't nobody regulating this stuff. This stuff is made in China for money. Somebody paid somebody 30 cents to make this stuff. And it's coming over here and we shelling out tons of cash and working overtime and taking out loans and beating ourselves to death trying to look a certain way. For why? We ain't got nothing in here to hold nobody's interest, so we want to maintain the outside. You just want somebody looking at you during the course of your relationship. Oh, she's so pretty. But she can't hold a conversation about anything of any depth or importance. He looked good because his edges is constantly done from high maintenance barbershop appointments, but he can't spell the word procrastinate or hold a conversation of any length about anything off topic that wasn't on TikTok yesterday. What?
Just thought it. I was thinking about when you said men and edges. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, they keep their line together. If they not lined up, people think they are just, what are you doing with your life? Okay.
It's true.
I'm not suggesting any way you should maintain and take care of yourself. People want to see things that are attractive, but be attractive in here first. Make sure that the preparations that you're using for your appearance are clean by Yahweh's standards. If we make ourselves clean by Yahweh's standards, everything else gets easier. You'll attract someone in your life who may appreciate a physical appearance, but is way more interested about what you got going on up here. Who wants to have an active conversation about something of depth and importance, who sees that you are a kind person in heart, who sees that you are very self-conscious and quiet, who appreciates those qualities in you, who doesn't compare you to someone else who may not be that way, someone who loves you for who you are as a person, not what you look like, is my point. We put a whole lot of effort into what we look like, and we don't pay enough attention to what we feel like on the inside. That goes further than how well your hair is laid when you go out in the world, because there are a whole lot of people who are very, very pretty, and they are messed up on the inside for a whole lot of reasons. There are men with nice cars, messed up self-esteem, who are going to take that bad self-esteem out on every person they encounter. People who feel bad about themselves, who want to make you feel bad about yourself, who will point out supposed flaws that they see in themselves but want to project on you because they feel bad. We need to focus on in here how we're feeling. Why am I walking around with my head down? Why am I walking around feeling sad and anxious and nervous? Why am I constantly looking around to see who's following me, who's watching me? How come when I talk to you, I need to find something wrong with you instead of listening to the message you're trying to convey to me?
Say that.
Why do I feel like I need to walk around and brag and boast about the things that I have instead of just saying, Yahweh woke me up today, hallelujah, I'm here, and leaving it at that? But instead, we need to pad it. I have this. I have this. I got this. I worked hard to get this. I have this. A whole bunch of stuff that where somewhere in the conversation you may say, Yahweh bless me with. At the end of the day, you're really just excited that you have this. Yahweh's not getting the glory in that. You are. Why do you feel like you need to constantly pat yourself on the back for being in a room? Those are the things that we should focus on to be better servants of Yahweh, which in turn makes us better people, depending on the circles you keep. Because there were many prophets who were servants of Yahweh, but people hated them. Why? Because they were calling them on their ish. We don't like to be called on our ish. How dare you point out the fact that I'm not keeping that law? Who do you think you are? But nobody can see that. Now you're pointing it out. You're making me feel bad. Which means I have to look at myself now. Yahweh already looking at you. How do you know that Yahweh's not having someone point that out to you so you could say, maybe, I should correct it. Yahweh's giving you a chance to get your ish together. Wow, thank you, Yahweh. You're really merciful. Because you could have just struck me down in my wickedness for that one, but you gave me a chance, pointed out what's wrong with me so I can fix it, and you giving me a chance to do it. But how oftentimes do we respond that way? Ooh, can't believe she sees that. Doesn't matter that it's true. I don't want anybody else to know it's true. She's ruining my facade. I'm presenting something to the world that I want the world to see. Nobody can know about my flaws. Oh, dear. That brother think he is. I happen to like doing that. I don't care if it's wrong. All our internal stuff, all the conflicts that we have. Vanity versus Yahweh. Vanity versus Yahweh. Vanity versus Yahweh. Who's going to win? We all have battles going on inside of ourselves. And we don't keep it inside. We project it. We just walk around vomiting our issues on other people. And then also, if there are individuals who acknowledge that they have issues and take time to work on their issues, people want to talk about that. Oh, he got issues. There's something wrong with her and she's making it out. That's why you see a therapist. How about you go see a therapist? How about you find someone constructive to talk to about your ish? Well, instead of walking around making it seem like you ain't got none.
That's right. That's right.
Be a trip, boy. We are a trip. Yes, sir.
You know what, sis? I was sitting here and something just sparked in your lesson. Most of us, and this is just my opinion. I feel like most of us, we need to change our circle and be around those who love themselves more. And all of us got that one friend that's just, we look at it as just carefree in the sense of where they be like, hey, this is me, this is who I am. And I think that's who we should be more friends with, because hopefully that would rub off on us to have individuals like that. If you don't, this lesson should help us, because for the simple fact, brothers need each other. You know what I mean? Get out the mindset of brothers coming together is gay. You gay. Obviously, if you feel that way, you afraid your lust gonna come on me because I said let's go to the park and let's go kick it with the brothers and we just be men. And we enjoy that, like be men. Like you would rather me sit next to you and rub legs and be like, did you watch the game? Like that's, you know, I mean, things like that. Like we need each other. Sisters need each other. Like if there was a group of women who was like, man, love yourself group, like be in that group. Like love yourself. Because by loving yourself, you're showing that you love the Almighty because you are what the Almighty made you to be, and that is His image.
Hallelujah.
And if I'm looking in the mirror and I'm saying I'm ugly, then what am I saying about my Father? Because I look like Him.
Exactly.
You know, it's just a lot that sparked from this. I'm just sitting here listening, like, yeah, I'm feeling this. I am. And even as, you know, yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. Beautiful lesson, sis. Praise Yahweh.
Hallelujah. This lesson in many ways has just come about of the journey that Yahweh got me on. I've had to go through a lot because of my own bad choices to get to where I am presently. And I'm still standing by the mercy of Yahweh. So if there is nothing more than I can take from this journey, I can honestly and wholeheartedly say that I am made in Yahweh's image. The best parts down to the bad parts that I need to work on. That's all Yahweh's work. And if anybody got a problem with that, that ain't my problem. Far too much of my life, I've been taking it on as my problem. They don't like me, so there must be something wrong with me. Nah, possibly something wrong with them. We just ain't in the same circle. You go over there and be a square. I'm good over here with my round edges. Everybody ain't for everybody. And rather than tear people down because they not like you, how about you go find some people that are more like you? Some more people that you can tolerate for whatever your likes and preferences are. And leave the people who don't alone. Stop tearing other people down. How can we be a nation that serves Yahweh and everybody walking around self-conscious because they don't have this, they got that? I mean, why? Yahweh is not getting any type of glory in that. Yahweh created bunches of animals. You don't think that applies to people too? Do you know how many varieties of frogs there are? There's red ones, there's blue ones, there's green ones, there's big ones, there's little ones that you can barely see. Yahweh created everything for its purpose in a way that Yahweh says is acceptable. Who are we to be like, nope, that's wrong? As people, generally, we can barely walk out of a room without maybe hitting the doorway or the wall or falling over our feet on the way out or bumping into somebody. Whatever. We're not perfect. But oftentimes, because we're here, we're tangible, because we can touch and taste and make decisions, we've turned ourselves into gods. We are not. There's only one true Elohim. His name is Yahweh. He created all things for his reason and his purpose. You don't have to understand it. You don't have to like it, but you need to accept it in order to be acceptable to Yahweh. Plain and simple. And if you can't do that, then your problem ain't with the creation. Your problem is with the creator. We never stay in our place. We want to do too much and then be mad when it overflows. Let's go to Ecclesiastes chapter 1. Ecclesiastes chapter 1. I know, right?
That says it for y'all.
I mean, just in chapter 1 is so much that he had to say that's relevant. Verse 2, vanity of vanity, says a preacher. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity. Everything is vanity. One generation passes away, verse 4, and another generation comes, but the earth abides forever. This group of people are going to come into the world and say, we think that this should be up and that should be down. They're going to die. The next generation is going to say, we now say that what was down will now be up, and what was up will now be down, because we're here and that's what we say. Then people are going to die and fade away. Right now, it's a generation that think eyelashes that touch your cheekbones are wonderful. It's going to be another generation that says that is the most ridiculous thing we've ever seen. Now we're going to make our eyebrows touch our ears. It goes, keeps going and going and going. And we just be all in it like, oh my God, I don't have this. For what? But I really wanted to read verse 15 to reemphasize what Ecclesiastes 7 and 13 was saying. That which is crooked cannot be made straight, and that which is wanting cannot be numbered. It is what it is. We had to try to make it what it's not. Love yourself the way that you are. That's how Yahweh made you. When you compare yourself to other people, when you try to measure yourselves by the standards and expectations of people, you are going to drive yourself crazy. Even if you don't show it on the outside, even if on the outside you appear to be a reasonable, moderately successful individual, on the inside, your wheels are turning. You got heartburn. You got to eat Tums like Skittles. Your skin is breaking out. It just keeps going, going, going. For what? Yes, ma'am.
These Skittles, heard on the news. It's another one of them Skittles. Something in them, I don't know what it is, but you not eat Skittles, children, grown-ups.
Okay. The elder has advised that one don't eat Skittles. She heard it on the news. So do some research to see why it is Skittles aren't good for you. Thank you for bringing that up. In Ecclesiastes chapter 1, verse 16. This is clearly someone who thought a lot. She says, I communed with my own heart, saying, lo, I am come to great estate, and have gotten more wisdom than all they that have been before me in Jerusalem. Yea, my heart and great experience of wisdom and knowledge. And I gave my heart to know wisdom, and to know madness and folly. I perceived that this also is vexation of spirit. For in much wisdom is much grief, and he that increases knowledge increases sorrow. Yeah, the more that you find out, the more painful it is. Whatever it is that you desire to find knowledge about, the more that you find out about things, the more painful it's going to be. There are so many things that we just do and do and do. And when we find out the origins of these things, it's going to hurt, because they're things that we generally have become to take joy in doing. And then to find out it's vanity. It's for nothing. I didn't spend all my time and energy and money, and for what? It didn't make me better on the inside, and it's something I shouldn't be doing. You increased your knowledge, you increased your sorrow. Now what? Yes, sir.
Praise Yahweh. Just real quick. You know, I like shoes. I have a shoe fetish. So I used to spend money on shoes. And I'll spend money on all these shoes. And guess what? It didn't make me no handsomer to anyone that thought I was ugly. They just be like your shoes and nice. So my mission was for naught. Praise y'all.
Same face.
Same
Okay.
face, face. You know, yeah, right.
Yeah.
This
All right,
ugly with nice shoes.
Dang. Oh man. All right. My shoe fetish is really from another perspective because I don't know why, but I just really like fashion, and honestly, kind of what people think about it is a side effect. I get genuine happiness and joy when I go into a shoe store. I'm like, yo, I like those. I'm about to get them. And I walk around with them on my feet with joy and happiness. Like, okay, it ain't nothing unclean on them that I can tell. Thank you, Yahweh. And I just have complete and total joy walking through my day in something vain. That's just what it is. If you like it, I'm happy for you. But guess what? More importantly, I like it. That makes me happy. And it took me a long time to get to that point because I liked fashion, because I'm into clothes. I like how you can put things together, how you can make colors appear a certain way by mixing them and putting them together. I remember somebody told me I was materialistic because I liked clothes and fashion. And I was bothered by that because there was a time in my life I cared so much about what people thought about me because I wanted to be accepted, because I didn't feel that love at home from one of my parents, because I was called ugly as a child compared to my sister. And I'm glad that Yahweh has brought me up out of that to where I can just be happy, looking the way I am, being the way I am, no matter about anybody else, because this is the way Yahweh made me. I can happily say that. This is the way Yahweh made me. And I thank Yahweh for that he took that burden off of me. There's some other stuff I need to work on, but that was a big. To have the understanding that people will make fun of you and make you feel bad about yourself because they aren't happy with themselves. That there are people who will try to make you feel weak and like less of a person because they feel weak. They see a strength in you that they want to quench. They see an excitement that you have about yourself that they don't have, so they need to put that out so they can be seen. And I encountered that a lot coming up. And I still see it as an adult. Other people in the workplace, they want a particular thing, so they scheme and heave and haw trying to get just all of this stuff. Don't mean nothing. I mean, yeah, you got to work. You got to be able to survive. You got to be able to take care of yourself. And we be breaking our necks trying to get the highest paying job so we can buy more stuff that we got to worry about people taking. And then going to work stressed out because you got this heavy workload now. More is expected of you because you're being paid more. All of this stuff we take on. Where is Yahweh in any of it? No, I'm again not suggesting that you walk around and be a pauper and just sit on the street and say this is what Yahweh made me and don't make no efforts or strives to be better. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is put your vanities in perspective. How does it compare to Yahweh? Yahweh don't want us destitute. Yahweh don't want us looking all crazy and slovenly. Yahweh got standards. But don't let the pursuit of the standards surpass the work that you need to put in to be a servant of Yahweh. If you wholeheartedly don't like your gray hair, well, I mean, that's between you and Yahweh. Find you a means of coloring your hair that's not going to poison your body. There's always a way to do something. Maybe Yahweh will change your perspective, and one day you wake up and be like, you know what? This is nice. If Yahweh says to honor the hoary head, how can we honor the hoary head if we can't see who has a hoary head? Because everybody's dire than whores. Yahweh's word is consistent, right? So how can we honor the hoary head if we can't see who has it? Because everybody plucking it or dying. Yes, there you go. We can honor your hoary head in the standing that you have in life. Just saying. I was watching this one show with my daughter the other day. And this man had gray hair and he came to work. The next day he had dyed all his hair, but he ran out of the dye and left a patch in the back. And they didn't make fun of him because he had gray hair. They made fun of him because he dyed it and missed a spot. Why? You have things when you're young because that says something about your youth, your age. That's where you are at that point. Sometimes we gotta let stuff go. We're gonna get older. Our metabolisms are going to change. And you have a choice. You can accept it or you can fight it. You can go run 9 miles so that you can keep an active metabolism. What's that going to do to your 45-year-old knees? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm not the say. That which is crooked cannot be made straight. Because that's how Yahweh made it, is my point. Yahweh knows what he's doing. If we say we trust in him, we got to trust the process too. Now, and as much as you can help the process, by all means, help it. But you can't make straight what Yahweh made crooked. And honestly, the sooner we accept that, that's just some stress that we are taking off of our lives that we can use to focus on something else. So, let's go to Proverbs chapter 31. Anybody got any comments or questions?
I have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
In College Hill, they have this store. It's called the hair store.
Mhm.
It's huge.
Mm-hmm.
They are making mega money.
I know which one you're talking
One of the young women was talking about this hair. I don't know if it's human hair or not, but he was saying it's like $80 to $100, and I'm like, really? She bought it, and it's like, oh my god, that could cut some. I would sell some.
Don't nobody want none of our natural hair. Chris Rock already proved that.
But
You don't want no kinky, naturally nappy hair.
they are making so, and the only people I see in there is us buying that hair, and it's bizarre. I mean, I was just like, so they are getting rich off of us because they know that a lot of us want to be like the Caucasians with the long straight hair, and they are just making so much money off of us. It's shameful, really. And I was amazed, so it's seeing that. Though.
Before, I'm sorry.
But I mean, all the stuff that you talked about, I see now about the fake. I mean, anything to make you look different than what you are, they have it.
Mm-hmm.
They have it in there.
Can I comment?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm done.
See, we want to be like them, but they want to be like us.
There you go.
Like I seen, if I think I was on the bus or something, I seen this white dude with dreads.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess
You know what a white person got to do to their hair to get dreads? Beeswax, rubber bands, it's all kind of stuff in their hair because their hair ain't naturally capable of doing that. They got to put some work into it. We don't comb our hair for 3, 4, 5 days. We got locks, essentially, depending on the person. We don't appreciate what Yahweh has given us. We put it down because society puts it down because we under this curse. So the beauty that we once had is no longer appreciated in that sense. It's looked down upon now. And we have internalized that, and we look down on ourselves now. And we want the hair that came off of some little girl in India who sacrificed it to a deity, and the people at that church is selling it to make money. I'm not making it up. It's real stuff. There are people, they sacrifice, cutting their hair is a sacrifice. And as a side effect of that, they've turned it into a cottage industry, selling the hair. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make one more comment. I took up cosmetology, and I know for a fact that when you put those chemicals in your hair, and I used to use chemicals in my hair. I used to get perms. And what that is, they say our hair is kinky. Those are not kinks. When you put a perm in your hair, it's like blood, it straightens it out. And not only that, it goes into your bloodstream. And I used to get perms, and I saw my hair falling out. This side was this long, and scabs in my hair for trying to get it straight like the white girls, so thought I wanted to look pretty like them. And I got to the point where my husband said, you need to stop putting all that stuff in your hair, because he was growing locks. And I stopped because my hair was hard. When I say horrible, it wasn't growing, not at all. But as soon as I stopped doing all of that and started letting my hair grow naturally like the Almighty had it, my hair, I'm like, wow, is this my hair? And our hair can grow just like their hair if we stop messing it up and leave it alone.
Yahweh gave us everything that we have in our way, and we deviate from that way, trying to make it their way. What Yahweh made crooked, we cannot make straight. Leave it the way it is, because that's how Yahweh wants it. I was going to go to Proverbs chapter 31, but I'd like to go to Isaiah chapter 3 now. Isaiah chapter 3. And in Isaiah chapter 3, I want to start reading at verse 16. Moreover, Yahweh says, because the daughters of Zion are haughty and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go and making a tinkling with their feet. Therefore, Yahweh will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and Yahweh will discover their secret parts. Just want to pause for a moment here. You said that when we put relaxers in our hair from the chemicals, it causes scabs in our hair.
Yes.
I've experienced it.
I have too.
It says right there, Yahweh will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion. I'm willing to say that that's part of our punishment as well. There are so many intricacies to breaking Yahweh's laws. We don't even consider it. A lot of us just came up thinking, this is just what you do. Go get a relaxer to put it in your hair so your hair don't be nappy. We was raised to think like this is normal behavior. But at some point, I literally thought to myself in my bed at night, why don't other nations of people have to do this to maintain themselves? Why do we do that? Why is it that a white man can have straight hair and that's just how he looks? But if a black dude go and put a relaxer in his hair and he got straight hair, it looks weird. Because it's not natural. It's not the order that Yahweh put into place. We are out of order. Yes, sir.
No, we're out of order because the things that the Almighty took, the people, I guess, don't even really consider saying, well, I'm going to go get those things back.
Exactly.
With the hair and this and all these other things. You know, the people just decided, hey, I want it back. But I don't know if they've ever did any research or even considered. Look, Yah took these things away from you for a reason. I say everything is for a reason. Then I ain't got to confess myself that there used to be a time when it started probably about, I don't know, maybe about 20 years or so ago, that I would pluck my little gray hairs out. But then I discovered they will come back even more in a month. It got to the point to where over a period of time I had to get used to it because I, like you, Maureen, like Cal, you know, I wanted to look good for myself and for my wife as well. And sometimes men will do certain things thinking that they're or attempting to please an individual or something. But then it got to the point to where my wife would say she like old things anyway. So I figured, what's a little rust?
You are taking
You know,
that
around my face.
out of context, sir.
I say, what's a little rust around my face? And eventually, you know, I just start, you know, grooming it better without plucking it. I've never put dye or anything like that, because I accept that. But it was a vanity because I do understand the difference between vanity when you have men that try to hold on to certain aspects of when they were younger. You see, and I know that, you know, a young man's glory is strength and an old man is gray hair. I've been knowing that for a long time. But as we get older, and you know, society would like to tell you that when you're older, and then not only society, if the life expectancy, not that a person gonna go here and there, is 70, which is 70 years old. Especially when you're over 40 years old, people tend to look at individuals quite differently. Like they're just old, they just old. So I'm a lot older than 40 years old. So it just took me a while to gravitate to that. And of course, that's a vanity because I understand all is vanity except for eating and praising the Almighty. Those things are not vanity. Those things are a requirement. But in my vanity, for my own personal reasons, you know, which was to still try and maintain a look of acceptance, if you will. But I think that's more so from those that you feel closer to. Trying to, you know, sometimes we just get our perspective out of whack because, believe it or not, I did a lot of my grooming things for you, but it was for me to try and, you know, so I understand all that. So it's not your fault. It's not a fault at all. It's something that sometimes once we really start considering things and say, you know what, that's what y'all did. And understanding even more clearly the order of things because everything has an order. And sometimes we just try to slow it down a little bit because it made me feel more aged. Not that I didn't want to get old, but I want to be old. You know what I'm saying? But appearance, sometimes, you know, in an individual's life, whether it be male or female, they're concerned about the way they present themselves as well. And I think we all go through some of the same things, just like brother here was talking about shoes, and my wife was talking about shoes. My shoe thing is probably worse than the both of theirs together, you know, and that's where she knows. You know, I mean, we have our certain values. And mine is always being, and then sometimes I let it slack, and then I don't know, it must have gained traction while it was resting. For real, because well, I mean, those are just things that I know to make us feel better about self.
Yeah.
You know, and I understand that that's a vanity, but in that regard, you know, I too am guilty of those things. But like I say, if it makes you feel good about yourself, hey, knock yourself out. So we want to feel good about ourselves. You know, I appreciate having a decent appearance. I don't think I go out looking like don't nobody love me or nothing, but you know, it is what it is. If I had the money back on the things that I spent on materialistic things, who knows? I might be all right. Praise God.
Oh, yeah. So in Isaiah chapter 3, continues on in verse 18. It says, "In that day, Yahweh will take away the bravery of their tinkling about their feet and their calls and their round tires like the moon. The chains and the bracelets and the mufflers, the bonnets and the ornaments of the legs and the headbands and the tablets and the earrings, the rings and nose jewels, the changeable suits of apparel and the mantles and the wimples and the crisping pins, the glasses and the fine linen and the hoods and the veils. And it shall come to pass that instead of sweet smell there shall be stink, and instead of a girdle a rent, and instead of well set hair baldness, and instead of a stomacher a girding of sackcloth, and burning instead of beauty. Thy men shall fall by the sword, and thy mighty in the war, and her gates shall lament and mourn, and she being desolate shall sit upon the ground." Now, while this does not apply specifically to today, there was a time period when Yahweh said that he was going to take these things away from us, these vanities that we hold on to so tightly. There's going to be a time we don't have that anymore. And honestly, I think in many ways, it applies now.
Yeah.
How many women are walking around bald? And we try to cover that up with weaves and wigs and hair wraps and who knows what else. If Yahweh says it's gone, it's gone. Pray to Yahweh for the mercy in it. I can't tell anybody how to address something that they feel uncomfortable with. It's not my intention at all. And I'm not trying to say anybody's wrong for addressing something that they're uncomfortable with. All I'm saying is measure it by Yahweh. We can't make straight what Yahweh made crooked. And the harder we try to make it straight, the worse off it's going to be for us. Because Yahweh don't play that. He's not like these deities they be talking about in these comic books and talking these stories. Yahweh is real. And you try to box with Yahweh, you're going to lose. Hallelujah.
Oh, yeah.
Questions? Comments?
I just have one small comment.
Yes, ma'am.
When people see my hair, they go, "Oh, I like your dreadlocks." I don't have dreadlocks.
Oh,
I have locks. Dread is something that's ugly. I have locks, not no dreadlocks.
You know, can I comment on that?
Yes.
I had somebody at school. Y'all know anybody like David? You know, he got like a box, and I think he had dreads, and he said, "Don't call it dread, call it lock." Cause he said, same thing. Some people hated him. I don't know.
the term dreadlocks came about because the men that had their hair in that fashion instilled dread. They instilled fear in the people that saw them.
Okay.
And they used that to their advantage, like mental warfare, if you will. Like how I read about the Maasai people. They color their hair like that to instill dread. It's a type of psychological manipulation against someone who's oppressing you. If you can make someone scared of you, that's survival for you. I've never personally been offended if somebody referred to my hair as dreadlocks, because I embrace the fullness of what I have, the origin and all of it, everything that comes along with it. I embrace that. If you have a perception that my hair is ugly in its natural form, that's your problem, not mine. I grow my hair like this because I'm accepting of the natural state of my hair. In accepting it, I've chosen to wear it in coils of hair. I could comb it and brush it and braid it and just let it be out or whatever, but I appreciate this a lot more. And if, again, you think that's ugly, that's your problem, not mine. I like what I got. Even if it's thinning around the edges from too much tension. It's part of it. I got to accept that. I mean, I could shave it. That seems to be the rage these days. But for what? If Yahweh said, I'm be having to deal with baldness and he taking these vanities away from me, who am I to be like, Yahweh, no, I'm not ready. Next thing you know, my hair is gone. No, thank you. You know what? I'll just deal with it. And if you think my hair is thin, it is thin. It's part of the process. I try to wear it in a way that I think is attractive. Then, you accept it or you don't. Not my problem. Oh, well, thank you. Praise the mighty Yahweh.
Praise God.
Praise the mighty Yahweh. Took me a long time to have this level of esteem. Had to go through some stuff. But, again, that was because of the choices that I made.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. What are you in deep thought about, young man?
Oh, sure. I was thinking of something else.
Care to share?
No, I started thinking about because I called I might go bald in the future because I made fun of some bald people.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I realized that was wrong, now I started thinking about it. I might.
But guess what? Yahweh might also have mercy on you because you just admitted that you did something. See, that's the beauty of Yahweh. People may not be so merciful. The person that we've insulted with the things that we've said, it takes a special kind of person to hear something and disregard it and move on and still be nice. A lot of people will hear what you said, and because it made them feel a particular way, they may very well hold a grudge against you forever. And every time they see you, they might think about what you said and how it made them feel. Because people remember how you make them feel. They might not even remember what you said to make them feel that way, but they will remember that feeling. So we have to be mindful of the things that we say. And in you admitting that you said something about someone and acknowledging that it was wrong, Yahweh may have mercy on you for that. And you might not. Only Yahweh knows.
And the one thing about it with my dad, me and my brother was, or just me.
I remember when I noticed my father going bald because I had such a deep, ingrained, almost hatred for my father. I remember saying something about that. That might be why I got this going on. You got to make recompense with Yahweh about
But I
that
was
type of stuff.
playing around,
But even in jest, you still got to watch what you say. Yes.
Can you tell him real quickly about the children that?
Go up your bald head.
Yeah, please.
While you're looking for that, let me give another testimony. I got a really good friend. His name is Marcus. Yeah, Marcus, we cold. Marcus started to see his head. I jumped around with Marcus, but nothing consistently like that. But I can remember saying something to him. I had my life for 30, so I think about 34 years. They got down here. But then I noticed that my hair in the crown had started thinning. There would be times because my locks were not big, thick locks like my son, thick like my wife. They weren't skinny, but they were much thinner locks. Yeah. And the weight, especially when they weight, tends to pull more. Then only sometimes when I'd be working out, I might be my workout partner might not realize that he's standing on my hair or something will happen. I would hear my hair tearing from time to time because it was thin. Long story short, I started, like I say, thinning in that crown, and I started seeing space there. So, out of vanity, still trying to look attractive, I decided it was a hard decision. Very, very hard decision because I didn't want my son to want to cut his hair because people would mistake him for a girl sometimes. And I would have to tell them, son, they're not even paying attention because I got long hair. So they would always say, your daughters are this, your daughters are that. And I know that burned him up to the point where I know he wanted to cut his hair because of that. So it was hard for me to go ahead and decide to cut mine, but I cut mine because my hair was starting to thin, and then I found myself wearing ball caps all the time. And I didn't want to. I didn't really want to cut it, but I didn't want to be the guy who had the hair growing on the sides and in the back, and all this is gone, you still wear the hat. So I made that decision, which was tough, but that was vain. But my point being, I wish that I had never joked with my friend. Keep in mind, it's friendly, but I can't say that it was harmless. I mean, he didn't feel the way about it, but again, it's about how YAH feels about the thing. Because sometimes we can be out of order and think that we're not being offensive to a person. And you might not offend this person, but who knows that I offend the Almighty? And then I look at that like, man, and I remember that. I say, I brought that again. When I don't never look to find blame or fault somebody else, I ask myself, what did I do? And see, now I know that's not a good thing as far as I'm concerned. Because I, in turn, started to lose mine. It's just like it was, your hair would just start thinning. Next thing you know, if you bend down like this, have somebody take a picture, you get a bigger picture of what's really there. So now, out of my immediate family, I'm the one with it gone, but I don't have no problem with it now. Well, I bet she'll rub on my head and everything. That's a benefit.
I can also say too, from myself, stress has contributed to my hair thinning, and actually I have some bald spots. After my mother died last year, I was very, very stressed out about that. And that's when I started to notice losing my hair in that way. And even now, if I let too much stress, I notice my hair breaking off. So we have to be mindful, because there are a lot of contributing factors to things.
Yeah, I think I had some bald spots. Because I used to, I guess, you ever plucked your hair, like I plucked it out and it was like a few hairs.
Stress.
You have to class you.
Yeah, he might need some hugs. He needs some
No,
hugs.
back then, but I don't think it might have been. It was a long time ago. But
I mean, there's so many things that affect us in life that contribute to our health, and they manifest in ways that we don't even consider. Like, you could be mad about something that somebody said to you a long time ago, and it created such a tension inside of you that you never let it go, and you just have dealt with that tension. You push it down under other emotions and other things in life. You might not even remember it anymore, but it still will manifest in your body in some type of way. Something to consider. But in 2 Kings chapter 2,
And since we share this, is something I'm going to share.
okay. This is about one of the Most High's prophets. I'm going to start reading in verse 19 to verse 25. In 2 Kings chapter 2.
What was the first verse?
19. I'm going to read to 25. In 2 Kings chapter 2, verse 19, and the men of the city said unto Elisha, behold, I pray thee, the situation of this city is pleasant, and my Lord sees, but the water is not, and the ground barren. And he said, bring me a new cruse, and put salt therein. A cruse is like a container. Back then, it probably would have been made of terracotta. What they make clay out of? I mean, clay pots, flower pots. It's a type of pottery. That's what they make containers out of there, called a cruse. and put salt therein, and they brought it to him. And he went forth unto the spring of the waters, and cast the salt in there, and said, Thus says Yahweh, I have healed these waters. There shall not be from thence any more death or barren land. So the waters were healed unto this day, according to the saying of Elisha, which he spake. And he went up from thence unto Bethel. And as he was going up by the way, there came forth little children out of the city, and mocked him, and said unto him, Go up, thou bald head, go up, thou bald head. And he turned back and looked on them, and cursed them in the name of Yahweh. And there came forth 2 she-bears out of the wood, and tare 42 children of them. And he went from thence to Mount Carmel, and from thence he returned to Samaria. The lesson in that is, be careful what you say to people, because you don't know what type of relationship people got with the Most High Yah. Yahweh answers prayers. And if you write with Yahweh and you ask Yahweh for something, he will hear what you're talking about and give you what you're asking for. Be mindful of what you say to people.
Be mindful also what a curse is, which is the opposite of a blessing. So it didn't feel too good about what was said. So it wasn't like UMF or this, that, and the other. No. A curse is just.
But it's interesting, though, that they call those curse words.
Mm-hmm.
And that phrasing doesn't just come from nowhere, which would indicate that there is something to those words that indicates that something bad will follow after you say them. Just so. You said you were. Oh, okay.
Thank you, sis.
Oh, yeah. So, got to be mindful what you say to people. You don't know what's happening in somebody's life. You don't know why he was bald. But children, young and foolish, then some adults, young and foolish, don't think about what they say. They just talk. Okay. You say the wrong thing to the wrong person, it could be a bad day for you. So, you just need to be mindful. We can't make straight what Yahweh made crooked. Just accept it, and that's what it is. Yes, sir.
Sister Kira said, Praise Yah, hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Any more comments or questions? Doesn't just have to be about this, right?
Thank you for reading that about May and the children that happened to them. Thank you.
Yeah. Children, your parents teach you things for a reason. You need to be mindful of them. Don't just get out there with the rest of the little fools and decide that you're going to be foolish. Have bad consequences. I don't know what it's like to be eaten by a bear, and I don't want to find out. I've read stories on the internet about injuries sustained from bear attacks. Doesn't sound like a good time to me. I don't want that. Yahweh's in control of all his creation. You wouldn't want to be outside and have Yahweh just say, you know what? It's time to take care of him. I personally don't want that. I like being able to go home when there's a thunderstorm safely. I read a story the other day about some men that got electrocuted from lightning. I don't want that. I'm just saying, we serve a very serious Elohim. He does not play. If he say don't do, don't do. Don't be like, well, I thought, I felt. And I'm guilty of it myself. I've done it. And it's only by the mercy of Yahweh that I still get to stand here and talk about it. So, hallelujah. All right. Well, let's read a psalm, shall we? Oh, let's read Psalm 44. All right, Psalm 44 says, to the chief musicians for the sons of Korah, that's chill. We have heard with our ears, O Elohim, our fathers have told us what work you did in their days, in the times of old. How you did drive the heathen out with your hand and planted them. How you did afflict the people and cast them out. For they got not the land in possession by their own sword, neither did their own arm save them, but your right hand, your arm, and the light of your countenance, because you had favor unto them. I just want to pause for a moment, because that verse 3 is what we need in life. We need Yahweh's right hand, his arm, and the light of his countenance to be with us every single day. You want to go to war, you go to war with that. You take Yahweh as your weapon, but you better make sure you right and you come correct. Because Yahweh does not have to look out for you. He does not have to protect you. Verse 4, thou art my king, O Elohim. Command deliverances for Yaakov. Through you will we push down our enemies. Through your name will we tread them under that rise up against us. For I will not trust in my bow, neither shall my sword save me. But you have saved us from our enemies and have put them to shame that hated us. You see, there are many, many people in this world that hate us. They don't even understand why they hate us, but the hatred is real nonetheless. Don't take it upon yourself to try to fight that hatred. Give that to Yahweh. Yahweh can do things that people can't. And can't nobody put Yahweh on trial or send him to jail. Yes. Be happy about who you are. Be happy about the way that Yahweh made you. But don't try to fight the battles. Let Yahweh fight. Verse 7. You have saved us from our enemies and have put them to shame that hated us. In Elohim we boast all the day long and praise your name forever. Selah. See, boast in Yahweh. Don't be walking around talking about what you got, how you made this, and that's what you got because that's what you did. Boast in Yah. Yahweh bless me. That's how I got it. Yahweh bless me with it. That's how I got it. Yahweh bless me. That's how I got it. That's a dope song. I'm going to have to get on that. Yahweh bless me. That's how I got it. But thou hast cast off and put us to shame and go not forth with our enemies. You make us to turn back from the enemy, and they which hate us spoil for themselves. You have given us like sheep appointed for meat, and have scattered us amongst the heathen. You sell your people for naught, and do not increase your wealth by their price. You make us a reproach to our neighbors, a scorn and a derision to them that are round about us. You make us a byword among the heathen, a shaking of the head among the people. My confusion is continually before me, and the shame of my face has covered me. For the voice of him that reproaches and blasphemes by reason of the enemy and avenger, all of this is come upon us. Yet have we not forgotten you, neither have we dealt falsely in your covenant. Our heart is not turned back, neither have our steps declined from your way. Though you have sore broken us in the place of dragons and covered us with the shadow of death. If we have forgotten the name of our Elohim or stretched out our hands to a strange deity, shall not Elohim search this out? For he knows the secrets of the heart. Yea, for your sake are we killed all the day long. We are counted as sheep for the slaughter. Awake, why sleepest thou, O Yahweh? Arise, cast us not off forever. Wherefore hide your face and forget our affliction and our oppression. For our soul is bowed down to the dust. Our belly cleaves unto the earth. Arise for our help and redeem us for your mercy's sake. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Thank you, Yahweh, for allowing me to present some words to your people. That was awesome, Yahweh. Hallelujah. Awesome, 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 Elohim. And I am humbled by you. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Praise God.
Any final questions or commentary? Oh, hallelujah. Yes, sir.
When you was talking about the shoes,
Mhm.
I think one day, y'all was, yeah, I think it was you. You was talking about shoes got pork in it, some shoes.
Yes. Okay. So, as a general rule of thumb, no, I won't say general. Many companies take pig leather and they put it on the back portion, the heel portion of a shoe. That's what they use in the covering on the inside of the shoe. Boots, sneakers, certain sandals. Certain shoes also, they will use pig skin to line the inside of a shoe. And you can tell it's pig skin because the holes where the bristles in their hair, the bristles used to be in their skin, the holes are still visible. Now, a lot of companies are also trying to make that less visible by shaving it down and smoothing it, but you cannot eliminate the hole altogether. See how Yahweh is? It's awesome. Even when people try to undo what he does, they can't. Still, just got to pay attention because it's easy to overlook it because it'll be smoothed out some, but the holes are still there. Look for the holes.
You know any brand?
I could name some brands specifically, but I will not, as I do not want to have any repercussions from copyright infringement or whatever the legal blah, 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 blah is in the world. But there are some brands that are better for that than others. And then now, too, with everyone being so concerned with being sustainable, a lot of shoes aren't even made out of leather anymore. So just got to know what to look for. We can talk about that a little bit later. Anything else?
I think you was also talking about, and that was good as well, but I think you were talking about the glue. I think I spoke
I
about that before. Sometimes that glue is made from swine, and I can't tell you any particular shoe company that does that. So generally, when I look for shoes, I know sometimes they're glued and stitched, but I like nice stitched shoes as well. Matter of fact, my house get hot, so during the summertime, I've had shoes, even shoes that I never wore before. Decided to go put them on and open up the box. The soles are completely separated from the boot. It's hot there sometimes. So, it is what it is. Keep your shoes instead of your nice, like your shoes, keep it a nice cool spot. Let me say that. If your house holds the cold in the wintertime and holds the heat in the summertime, you might want to get something going on wherever your shoes are. And I've had other shoes that I haven't worn, and quite like I said, I have more shoes than my wife. We use this guy. I've had other shoes that I just hadn't worn, even new shoes that I've never worn. Just if you ready to put them on, and you can see where it's starting to come loose. We'll come back to that.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for joining the House of YAHUDA for this first portion of Sabbath day worship and praise to the Almighty Yahweh. We're going to bring this portion to a close, and Yahweh willing, we will return at 4:30 so that we can all continue to hear and learn and praise Mighty Yahweh Elohim.
Very lesson.
Thank you kindly. So Yahweh willing, we will see you all again at 4:30. Peace and blessings to you. Shalom, shalom, shalom.